1, 2, 3. And we move De'Aaron now. Bang.
De'Aaron looks pissed in that
De'Aaron
picture.
De'Aaron looks like he's looking at official after Domantas Sabonis got punched in the face and didn't get a foul call.
Man, I thought Domantas got fouled. I got to look at it again. I thought he got fouled on that last play.
Domas got his ass kicked last night. He I should have sought out that screenshot of Martin. That's
when he faced Tommy.
Yeah, that I'm surprised that wasn't Domas last night. There is just an edict out there to not call a foul committed against him.
Oh, Ramsey, you know I ain't paying attention to that. You know I ain't paying attention to that. Matter of fact, I need the Hawks to do work on Friday. Do work.
Yeah, I don't think I realized that until last night that the Hawks and Lakers are on Friday.
Yeah, I was the only reason I found out was because I was trying to see if the Lakers are playing before Saturday.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they are.
We got Kenny out. Got the ransom in.
I'm free. Free as a bird.
Okay, she's a little further than I thought.
Odyssey was quick to pay that ransom.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to pick her up.
24. Shit, I might have to get her.
What's good, baby? Welcome in here. Where the hell's my voice at? What the hell is going on?
I mean, you were talking crazy about the weather, and the weather is just,
excuse me,
attacked you.
1 second. Welcome in here to the Thursday, January 5th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We're so happy that you're here with us, man. We're sorry we're not hitting air horns and young Zells light the beam. Things didn't go our way yesterday, but we expect them to go our way today. Olivia Christian is going to be with us coming up in the next hour. Maybach and Matt George. Hopefully.
Oh, this baddie Thursday.
Hopefully Matt George, the final hour of the show. Matt George had a little bout of food poisoning that he's trying to kick out of. So
how do you get food poisoning?
Bad food.
Like food that's like expired,
contaminated. There's a million ways. I've gotten it once. It was a very, very long time ago.
Damn.
I know exactly where I got it from. Remember the Elephant Bar?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I got it from there.
I went there one time and one time only.
That's where I had no qualms about where I ate. I ate at the Elephant Bar, and that was the last time. I ain't eat there again. But food poisoning, man, that's an experience.
Elephant Bar, I went there and I had some kind of platter or whatever, and one of it was coconut shrimp, and I never went back. I mean, it's not their fault, but I don't like coconut.
Yeah.
I start eating. I said, what is this crap? They're like, oh, it's coconut shrimp. Get this crap out of here.
Yeah.
Sacramento News, Elephant Bar is about to be a Cane's.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Is the Elephant Bar still in existence?
No. It's been fenced. Well, at least the one that we're talking about, it's been fenced off for at least a couple of years. And it's about to be a Raising Cane's.
In my brain, it's been gone for a couple decades. That joint, yeah, it took me out.
You ever had alcohol poisoning?
No. Don't you get that from drinking too much?
Yeah, I think
I've never done that.
I think I got it at in Vegas one time. I do.
Well, let me not be so like definitive when I say that. There's some blurry KSFM days. I'm not like I'm not proud of it. Like it's not like something I'm gloating about. I'm just trying to be honest. Like
it happens.
There's some blurry parties, some blurry moments and sidelines, and you got a little, here's a drink ticket, and
sideline's crazy.
Here's another drink ticket, and not good. Not good, man. Not good at all. Neither was the Kings defense last night. And I think that was the biggest frustrating thing. I know Mike Brown was certainly frustrated about the Sacramento Kings defense last night, but Jesse and I were talking about this before the show, KC, and for a team that had lost 4 in a row, my concern was Atlanta's going to come in desperate and really locked in.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly thought Atlanta didn't play well. I don't feel like Atlanta played well.
You think Atlanta played well?
I do not. I do not think Atlanta played well. I think they took advantage of some things that I will put on the Sacramento Kings first before I give credit to Atlanta. Maybe they played well late, but I had formed an opinion around the start of the fourth quarter. This was an even game the whole way through. Like this game never got out of control in either distance. It was never, scrambling back from a double-digit deficit. The game was just kind of in this same area all night. And I had formed an opinion, at the start of the fourth quarter. Atlanta's not playing well. The Kings can close this out. Like we don't need the exact performance that they had, the other night. De'Aaron doesn't have to go for 22.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron can put on closer mode, and it can be a fraction of what he did the night before, and they can get the job done tonight because Atlanta just is not playing well enough. Also, for those who I think your sentiment, you feel maybe Atlanta played well. I'll also, state this clearly. I don't know how this happened or why this happened. I really don't like Atlanta. I don't like their players. I don't like their roster. I think the only thing, there's one thing about Atlanta I like, but it's not the Hawks, and I like Nick McMillan.
Yeah.
That's about the end of it.
And I like Bogey.
I'm really happy for Bogey. I'm just happy for Bogey. He had some big shots last night. I don't have like feelings one way or another about Bogey. I really do not like Trae Young. Like it's grown like more and more and more and more.
I feel that way.
I do not like that dude.
I hate it had to be him.
It's less DeJounte for me, but I get it. No, I get it.
Jackass.
I get it. I found myself watching that. Like, I don't like this team. Please beat them. Please beat them. I do not like them. But I don't think they played well. I thought that if the Kings, I thought the Kings were going to have a better fourth quarter than they did. Again, it wasn't bad. They just couldn't, they've been able to close in 3 of the last 4 games. They just couldn't close in this one. And it was when De'Aaron dunked with 2 minutes left.
Oh my gosh.
And one of the craziest in-game dunks I think I've ever seen.
That was nasty.
I was like, that's the momentum changer. That's it. Like the Kings aren't coming down. The crowd isn't coming down. This is over.
Yeah, it should have been.
And then the lead changed hands like 10 times after that.
It should have been over after De'Aaron's Fox. That was followed up. I think Atlanta made a bucket or something like that. But that was followed up with a Herter 3 to go up by 1. De'Aaron with the and 1 with about 1:15 to go to put them up 4. Should have been lights out.
Yeah.
It should have been lights out. There was about 1:15 or so to go. And they didn't bring it home. That and 1 by Trae Young right after De'Aaron's free throw, because it was a timeout. Then De'Aaron shot the free throw. Then Trae Young comes back and gets an and 1. That was tough because in that situation, the one thing you don't want to give up is a 3 or a 3-point play. Ticky-tack foul called.
Yeah.
Keegan had his hands on him.
Yeah.
The reason why that's a little frustrating is because De'Aaron Fox goes to the bucket the same way. And people
it's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because Domas gets the people's elbow dropped on him.
Oh, that was a couple.
And can't get a whistle.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
You breathe on Trae Young.
The reason why I kind of hesitated to say they didn't play well is because I mean for lack of better, they were in control of that game the whole game.
No,
They were in control.
No, you're right.
They were winning.
You're absolutely right.
They were borderline ready to pull away. It got to 9 a couple of times and looked like it was looking bleak.
You're absolutely right, and I still don't think they played well.
I don't think they played great.
I think that was, and I don't know how many times we've said this year about the Kings, if we said it at all. I felt like that game last night was more about the Kings than the Hawks.
I can understand that. I don't think the Hawks played great, but I think DeAndre Hunter hit some big shots. I think Bogey hit some big shots.
Took advantage. They absolutely.
I think John Collins was out here putting on he was putting on an audition.
We knew it was going to happen. Yeah. It's probably my fault.
Blame D'Lo.
It happens. Hey, but blame me because I said yesterday. I don't like that. Every time someone talks about a trade and brings up John Collins, I just don't like it for Sacramento. I said when James was here yesterday, he's gonna do what Julius Randle does to Kings fans. Every time they say something silly about Julius Randle, he comes in and drops 39. It never sways a single Kings fan about Julius Randle. But I sniffed that performance from John Collins out last night.
And
he was listening to D'Lo and Casey.
He absolutely was on his way to the arena,
as they should be.
Yeah,
not where the security guard was sleeping.
That was Chase Center, by the way.
Trey's kind of weak for that too. He's kind of weak for that. Leave that man alone.
Wait a minute.
That man might have 7 jobs, man. Leave that man alone.
All right, man.
Well, wake him up then.
Sleeping on the job.
Well, wake him up then. What do you got to put him on social media for?
Now I will say this, Trey. He didn't say where that was at. The only reason I knew where it was is because there was a Trey Center trash can right there, so I knew it was Chase and not Golden One Center. Stay awake, sir.
Oh, also Golden One Center has top-notch personnel as well.
That would never happen. At
not a knock on that, brother, but
that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen at Golden One Center. No,
you'd be greeted.
It's an A1 facility,
indeed,
not a hotel.
Leave that
lobby.
man alone. Don't put that man on social media. Hey, brother, wake up.
It was on his stories, by the way. It wasn't like he put it on his page to live forever.
Oh, yeah. It's because it's not going to live forever. It didn't find its way to Twitter. It didn't find its way to like push notifications, get Bleacher Report and all those places.
It wasn't necessary.
Thank you. That's the whole point.
But yeah, I thought the Kings they let them off the hook more so at the end of that game. That was Kings basketball 2022-2023 late game at home. You walked them down. You took the lead. You did everything that you have done numerous times this year, and you didn't close the deal. And it's things that you can't even. I'm not gonna get on Domantas Sabonis, but you made 25 straight free throws and you missed the 2 biggest ones of the game, and that's part of basketball that happens. I mean, that second one.
I mean, he didn't make 25 straight free throws. The Kings did.
Right, but I mean, the second one. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
like that ball rattled around like 4 times and popped out. It's not.
Yeah, it's tough.
Domantas Sabonis, ever since Orlando, the Orlando game. Well, they haven't been here yet, so you guys know which one I'm talking about. He's been phenomenal at the line.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like, I know the numbers don't point it out, but it feels like he's shooting like 90% from the free throw line since that game. He's been lights out.
I think he's had 1 or 2 rough, maybe games, not stretches. He had a rough stretch before and around that Orlando game. I think he's had games where he's been a little off, but never. He
was lights out last night. He was 6 of 6
yeah.
before he got to the line and missed those 2. So
he's 74% on the season.
Yeah.
That's on the season. That's
right.
That's not since Orlando.
So that was a tough way to lose, a tough game to lose, and now you gotta bounce back. You gotta bounce back.
Yeah, I'm curious. Talk amongst yourselves. Hang on, I need to see it. Hang on. Oh no, I just. Oh shoot, I clicked on the wrong button. No. Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, to the 13th round here.
No, never mind. Never mind. It'll only take.
And how about?
I'm curious. It should be. Of course, it's not generating. Why would it work the way
since
I want
Orlando?
It to? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not as quick as Will Z is.
Will Z, man. Will Z, he might have it now.
See, normally when you highlight games, it brings up the average. It didn't bring it of the games that you You highlighted it didn't do that. I guess Basketball Reference hates me.
Well, he's been good.
Basketball Reference is a Hawks fan.
You know why it comes up quicker.
Okay,
For,
of course, Will Z got it pulled up quicker. So
well, you know why he got
78.9%, by the way, since Orlando. So
he goes to NBA.com. It's a little quicker.
How so?
NBA.com, you do the same thing. Now, I think you have to know the date of that Orlando.
Well,
game.
normally it's pretty quick. Like you just highlight it.
No,
and
Basketball Reference is it's out. It's 2022. It's 2023. It's that new.
Okay. I'm out there. Okay. Here I go then. NBA.com. NBA.
Well, you got to know the date of the game. That's the killer.
All right. Well, I'll keep. So Basketball Reference and NBA.com can work together.
There we go.
All right.
If you can do it, we can do it. What Rocky say?
I don't know.
Rocky 4. He said, "If we can come together, we all can come together."
Yeah. Like Russia's gonna cheer Rocky. Give me a break. You talk about a far-fetched plot. Did nobody point out the hole in that story? Like, this is not happening. That crowd would be livid. They would be throwing stuff at the ring if that happened. Oh, they got behind Rocky. Yeah, no, they didn't. We'll come back. We'll obviously talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings game last night. We'll talk about what they need to do moving forward. We'll talk about Domas as well. Yes, we'll talk about the officiating. Yes, we'll pull up the last 2-minute report as soon as it comes out and see what they lie about today. All of that's on the way here. And another stat check for D'Lo and KC. We got that coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Jesse's fired up, man. Goodness gracious. Pragmatic investment. You think I'm salty, boy? You should hear Jesse right now. Jesse is fired up.
Hey, does anybody watch Yellowstone?
Never seen it. I think my sister's big into that show.
My mom and Jazz got big into it over the holidays. I didn't really watch it, but I would be in there and I'd see, 20 minutes worth or whatever. It looks like it's a good show from what I've seen.
Yeah, everyone that I know watches it. They swear like it's one of the best shows or something like that.
Yeah, it's a good show. I don't know if I'm going to go back and watch it, but from what I've seen, it's a good show. I know what comes back on Sunday, though.
Is it BMF Day?
Yeah, man.
So I'm gonna do a real early dinner on Saturday, and then that way, because it's the Lakers, I'm just gonna want to get to. I mean, I'm gonna want to get to the arena in time to to get to the court. So maybe like 3 or something. We'll do your favorite place with your favorite booth, and maybe the chef will come out and say hi to us.
Those my people over there.
Yeah, so we'll go there.
Contact Rip Ripley. Rich Ripley. What I call him, Rip Ripley?
That's his wrestling name. Rip Ripley. What you gonna do, brother? It was Hulk Hogan's character. Rip him.
That ain't a bad wrestling name, Rip Ripley.
Rip Ripley. That's a Vince McMahon name for sure.
That what was
Rip.
What was
God,
the
can't even
guy's
say
name? There was a guy.
That's Rip's music, brother.
Because he was beefing with Shawn Michaels, and he had 2 names, right? So I remember Shawn cut a promo, and he was like, "What kind of name is? Damn, what was his name? But what kind of name is such and such? Imagine if they called me Mike Michaels." It was like Rip Ripley. It was like that.
Oh, who was that? I feel like that stuff Vince loves, so I'm not sure.
Damn, I can't believe I can't remember
that. He had that weird hand sign too. I think rip him.
With his finger.
Yeah, he had his finger contorted. He always Hulk Hogan as Rip. Wait a minute, but it's Terry Bollea as Hulk Hogan. What the hell is going on?
And then it was Hulk Hogan as Mr. America.
Mr. America, brother.
So I thought this happened, and I'm not gonna get mad at him. Like, it's whatever. But on that final play, the Kings didn't foul, and Trae Young throws the ball down the court like Magic Johnson in '91. And Harrison's there. It looks like he has like an angle on the ball, and he kind of lets up. And I was like, "Hey, get the ball! You got a timeout."
But
like,
how much time? Like, what wasn't the clock like below? Wasn't it like
no? Like I'm looking at this, and realistically, let's just say he could have got to the ball with 0.9.
Oh, he could have gotten there that quick, because I saw it too. I saw him let up.
He lets up with like, and maybe he couldn't have got it. Like I said, it's not a big deal. I'm not talking about Harrison, but I'm looking at it again, and he lets up with like 2 seconds left. And it would have been a race between him and DeJounte. Maybe he wouldn't have won it, but go get the goddamn ball. Oh well, no big deal.
Did you see the Dana White stuff with Molly and Stephen A?
Yeah, that was bullshit.
Molly should be ashamed of herself.
Yeah, that was some bullshit.
That was terrible. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well.
That was embarrassing. A little commercial conversation right before we came back. Don't mind us.
Yeah, I don't know, man. People, you know our motto: keep that same energy. And boy, that energy shifted on ESPN
real cool.
When covering their homie Dana White. Clips are out there; you can see them. They're on my social media feed. A number of social media feeds as well. Just gross. There is some really, really good news regarding Damar Hamlin as his doctor spoke for the first time. We'll get into that because I know Olivia wants to talk about that as well. So we'll get into that in about a little less than an hour. But lots of really, really positive news coming out of that Cincinnati hospital.
Hey, I'm not trying to gloss past that. You're 100% right. We'll
that was just a tease of what we'll get to. We got tickets to Uriah Faber's Night of Champions coming up in the final hour. So,
hey, should we still vote? I mean, it really seems like a waste of time.
Yeah. So, yes, you should always cast your vote, because there are often times where the electoral process feels like a waste of time. Well, but you should cast your vote. This
seems a lot worse than the electoral process.
And that's tough. Like, can you imagine being the NBA voting system and being worse than the electoral process? You know what time it is. Like, we've seen this before. This isn't new. Seeing guys like Austin Reeves be in the top 10 and Kevon Looney, like that's about fan bases. That's what it's about. It's about the Warriors fan base. It's about the Lakers fan base. And although those fan bases are significantly wider in range than the Sacramento Kings, the fact is even their most loyal group, they're voting. That's how you get that many votes, is you vote. And they're voting regularly. That's what Kings fans need to do. And ultimately, it's not going to matter. It's not.
Right.
In the end, in terms of Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox being all-stars, what fans do isn't going to matter. Austin Reeves isn't going to make the all-star team. Kevon Looney isn't going to make the all-star team. I don't think Kawhi Leonard and Paul George are going to make the all-star team. I'm missing Jordan Poole. Warriors fans hate Jordan Poole in this exact moment right now. He's not making the all-star team. Like, what we saw today doesn't matter. It was just more of a, you know what? F you guys. Let's vote. Let's vote more. Whenever those triple days are, we'll find out when those triple day votes are, and we'll make sure we tweet them out and announce them and post them, and everybody get out there and cast their votes for these guys.
I think they are. I'm not saying that you're saying Kings fans aren't, but I think Kings fans are doing damn near everything.
But we got to do more then.
I think the NBA should be embarrassed, and I think they need to figure out something else, because this is a waste of everybody's
Well,
time.
thankfully they eliminated, this. It's a what they'll do is just acknowledge that this doesn't exist. Like, it's weighted for what, 50%?
This is weighted for 50%.
That's it. Come on,
the starting vote, and then who?
That's a lie. They ain't weighing this at all.
Who's the other percentage? Is that coaches for starters or players?
I believe it's coaches, players, media? Question mark. It's on my. Let me look.
Yeah,
I have it.
I'd give the fan these little silly fans. I'd give them 2%.
Fans account for 50% of the vote to decide the all-star starters, NBA players, and media panel account for 25% each. Yeah, so it's 25 and 25, and then the coaches do the rest.
They need to turn. They need to turn fan voting into 0.50.
But here's the thing: the players don't take it seriously either. Some do.
They take it more seriously than putting Austin Reeves and Kevon Looney.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt.
Like, that's an embarrassment. No disrespect to those men, because they're doing the best they can. But a couple years ago we had Caruso in the top 10 and all this. Then make the fans. If the fans don't take it seriously, then get them out.
But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with completely eliminating it, because ultimately, I think if it boils down to, you're talking 50%. They're not going to allow Austin Reeves into the All-Star game. Like, even if players rallied behind Austin Reeves, NBA is not going for that.
No,
they're not.
But this is a bad look. It's a terrible look. If I was the NBA, I'd be not overly concerned, but I'd be like, yo, I can't.
It's about fan engagement, pal, and that's all this is. For all we know, like the last 2-minute report, the NBA is just lying to us.
Well, they got a bunch of Kenny Caraways out there. They're like, forget voting. I mean, I'm gonna still do it just because
I want their names on this list. Yeah. And again, it doesn't matter. But I want their names on this list.
I do too. I'm going to still do it. I'm going to still vote. But NBA, you really got me like, for what? For what? Because now it really comes down to who has the bigger fan bases and the bigger reach. And right now there's no bigger reach than the Warriors and the Lakers on the West Coast.
I mean, maybe those are metrics they're measuring also. Like, let's not forget, when you cast your all-star vote, you got to put in your email address, and you got to do all these different, things and that stuff.
That's why it'll never go away.
That's it.
That's why they want to send me that email.
That's it. That's all it is. It's like when I was a kid, I told my mom I desperately wanted to write Hulk Hogan a get well soon letter after Earthquake squashed him on the set of Brother Love, because I wanted the get well Hulkster bracelet. But my mom sniffed that out. She's like, no, you know what's going to happen if we do that? They're going to send all sorts of crap to our address. No, you don't need that stupid bracelet.
Get well Hulkster.
Get well Hulkster after Earthquake squashed him on the Brother Love show and said, what are you laughing so hard for?
That's a classic.
It was 1990.
Classic.
Earthquake squashed him. They said Hulk Hogan was going to retire. They had this big sad video with the cross and the Hulkamania t-shirt hanging in the locker room. At the end of the video, the locker slammed shut. Tugboat said, send your letters to Get Well Hulkster, courtesy of, and gave him the P.O. box number, and you had to put your address in it so you could get your Get Well Hulk. That's all NBA voting is it's an address capture.
I didn't remember all of that. I remember obviously Earthquake, but I didn't remember the ability to write a letter. I would have wrote one.
Yeah, my mom wouldn't let me. She wouldn't let me send it out. She wouldn't give me the stamp to send it off. Did you know the original plan for WrestleMania 7? You remember what WrestleMania 7 was?
Was like
just universally
versus,
destroyed. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Sergeant Slaughter. You know what the original plan was? And it has to do with Get Well Hulkster. They were going to turn Tugboat heel, which they eventually did when they turned him into Typhoon. And I'm just imagining how ridiculous this conversation is for someone who didn't live through it. They were going to turn Tugboat heel, and he was going to be the Iraqi sympathizer. His name was going to be, according to Bruce Pritchard, a.k.a. Brother Love, his name was going to be Sheik Tugboat.
Come on, man.
It was going to be Sheik Tugboat versus Hulk Hogan.
Tugboat is like from Montana.
Tugboat is the Shockmaster.
He is.
Tugboat's the Shockmaster.
Yeah, and that's the most famous thing he ever did.
Oh, by far. Absolutely by far the most famous thing he ever did. Okay.
Oh man. You know, you talked about the
wrestling is less of a work than all-star voting is.
This is facts.
It's less of a work.
I could have a more influential vote for a Slammy than I can the all-star voting.
Great knowledge by Spectre 707. Tugboat actually turned heel on the Bushwhackers. It's when he became Typhoon and joined Earthquake, and they became the Natural Disasters.
The Natural Disasters.
Oh, this is all true. It's all happened.
Man. Yeah, man. But like I said, I could have a better chance influencing Slammy.
Austin Reeves is the Shockmaster.
Oh man. And the sad thing about it is Austin Reeves is actually playing well.
He's not. He's not.
No. But he's
playing fine.
People are just going to disparage his name, and he's having a solid season. Nowhere near. He shouldn't come to All-Star Weekend unless he has a ticket. But he's playing solid. He don't deserve this. Jordan Poole, Kevin Looney. Kevin Looney don't deserve this. He's playing well.
They're not. There's difference between playing well and playing like an all-star.
No,
These guys are not playing like all-stars. You're
100%
stalling them out, and it's pissing me off. Stop stalling them out.
It's the damn Shockmasters behind the computer that keep putting them in there.
Well,
Kevin Looney didn't ask for this. He'll tell you to his face, I don't need to be on here. But yet here we are
Leonard
disparaging his name.
I'm not disparaging his name. He just doesn't belong to be on here. Kevin Looney's a fine ball player. I'd love to have Kevin Looney in Sacramento. Fine ball player. Doesn't belong to be on this list.
Okay, hell. Kevin Looney got a better argument to be on here than Draymond Green. What's he doing on here?
The Warriors are voting for him to be on here. That's what's happening. Leave Draymond Green alone. Draymond Green ain't bothering nobody.
Draymond Green didn't have that same bark last night. He ran up in the beef stew, and he said, "Hey, man, I'm gonna just walk over here." You saw that, Jesse? He was like, "I'm gonna just walk to the bench."
He said, I'm okay.
He didn't have that same bark last night.
Oh man.
To use a Gorilla Monsoon reference to keep it with the wrestling, Beef Stew grabbed him like a rag doll. Said, "Get over here."
3.1 million votes for LeBron James. 3.1 million votes for Kevin Durant. They lead LeBron slightly ahead, about 50,000 ahead of Kevin Durant, but they're well ahead of the two second place vote getters in each of the conferences in Nikola Jokic.
Have they?
That's actually Steph Curry in the West and Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Have they?
In the East.
Have they, when they've both been healthy, have they been top vote getters every time they've been healthy? I feel like they have.
I believe LeBron has. Wasn't Giannis?
Giannis
because KD wasn't healthy.
Yeah.
That might very well that might very well be accurate.
That's crazy.
I feel like LeBron has been the top vote getter. Maybe Steph had a year where he was the top vote getter. I mean, I'm sure we can look this up, but I mean, Steph right now.
It's crazy that Steph and Luka don't even sniff KD and LeBron in votes. Like, that's a trip to me. I would think Luka, because people love him. I would think he'd be up there higher, but they're not even close to LeBron and KD.
Yeah, I mean, Giannis is actually ahead of Steph, which kind of surprised. Again, it's just not because of the players involved, just of
Did you
The voting manipulation by Golden State Warrior fans. Kyle Matson and his crew,
come
and
on, man. All those
Butch
guys
and Bonte out
come
there.
on, man. Guru, what you doing, man? Did you see our guy Bansky going at Giannis?
No, every time I see Eddie Gonzalez, he's going at someone. I didn't know Giannis was the latest object of his.
He went at Giannis. He said it's a lot of fake hustle, a lot of fake energy from Giannis. Not that he's a fake person, but he pours on the persona of Giannis. Giannis pours on his persona more than I was like, oh, Eddie, stop it.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll have to ask him about that.
Yeah, we got the I'll find the clip and get it to you over the break.
Oh, this was on his show, like he was speaking.
Yeah, on his show. Yeah,
the KD show or the FanDuel show.
Yeah, the FanDuel joint. Yeah.
Okay.
I said, oh man, yeah, we definitely gotta holler. We gotta holler at our people, man. I was thinking about today. There's a couple people I want to talk to.
All right, well, let's talk to him then.
But
let's look back because I have the answer here. 2022 was LeBron James. That was his 9th time as the leading vote getter. LeBron James has been the leading vote getter in the All-Star game since 2017. Prior to that, 2016, it was Kobe Bean. Steph Curry was, in fact, the leading vote getter in, wow, what different numbers back in 2015. So I'm sorry that Steph Curry was the leading vote getter in 2015 with 1.5 million votes. LeBron's got 3.1 right now.
Right. What, 2015?
It was 2015.
Did we not have the internet in 2015?
I'm pretty sure we had the internet in 2015. The voting process was a little bit.
Did everybody have to
different,
go to Foot Locker and punch the hole in like
Maybe.
they used to? What y'all know about that? Going to your favorite NBA arena and punching the hole in and putting it in the box. Y'all wasn't outside.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
Come on.
LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Dwight Howard led all vote getters in 2012. And then LeBron has only gone. Oh, no, it happened. Okay, so LeBron in 2007, that was the first time he did it. And then Vince Carter was the leading vote getter 4 times. Michael Jordan was the leading vote getter 9th. So this year, if LeBron James is the leading vote getter, it will surpass Michael Jordan for the amount of times he's been the leading vote getter in the All-Star game.
That's kind of crazy. That's crazy. How many times is Mike?
9. It's 9-9 right now. With LeBron leading KD by about 50,000 with the first returns rate.
Hey, when did they start voting?
Fan voting?
Yeah.
98,325 people voted for Bob McAdoo of the Buffalo Braves back in 1975.
Wow. Like I said, they had to go to that Foot Locker.
2 years later, 319,000 people voted for David Thompson of the Denver Nuggets.
Shout out David Thompson. Bunnies.
Oh, voting fell off in 1980 when George Gervin was the leading vote getter with 280,000.
Nobody even watched the games live.
They eclipsed,
they didn't care about the NBA.
They eclipsed 1 million votes for the first time in 1986 when Irvin Magic Johnson did it.
I feel like Magic was a bigger deal than kids today probably realize.
That's fair.
Magic seemed like
that's fair.
A massive superstar. Maybe even more than I realized, because I'm more Michael. Like that was really my introduction to the NBA was Michael Jordan. But coming from Michigan State all the way to what he was doing with the Lakers, when you get to what was that year where he clipped 1 million, like 84, you said, or
86?
I mean, come on, man. Magic Johnson in 86.
1986, yeah,
Jeez.
1 million people. And I don't know how. Maybe he had to mail letters. Like the Hulkster bracelet. I don't know how you cast votes back in 1986.
I don't know.
I don't even think it was Foot Locker.
No. like I said,
it had to be like a newspaper writing campaign or something.
hey, you had to or go to the games. I remember you go to.
Oh, you go to the games? Yeah.
I was a basketball nerd. The All-Star voting would come out, and I had no less than 50 ballots that I would get from somewhere, bring home, go to
voting
my
for
little
Dwayne
desk.
Coswell. This guy.
I would go home,
Lionel Simmons,
fill out all the ballots, and then I'd ask my mom, "Hey, can we go to Florida Mall so I can drop these off at Foot Locker?"
Yeah, Spectre 707 again. Fill in the bubbles. Drop box. Got to use a number 2 pencil.
Number 2 pencil.
Got to use a number 2 pencil. Turn them joints in.
But yeah, all of this to distract us from the painful loss yesterday. Yesterday was tough.
Let's distract us further. I'm looking for the most odd leading vote getter, and there isn't one. There's not a single one. Charles Barkley in 1994. Grant Hill. You talk about people maybe not remembering.
Oh,
Grant Hill, 94, 95. He was the leading vote getter in both of those games. But that's it. I mean, George Gervin did it a couple of times. Julius did it 4 times.
I think they changed, like they were still doing like
of course, Yao Ming. How many votes did Yao Ming get?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yao was 2.5 and 1.9 in the 2 years that he did it, in 5 and 6, 2005 and 2006.
These guys got 3.1 already.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's just I also weren't you only allowed to vote once back then?
Felt like it. Yeah.
It could be it could be wrong. Now they're doing triple voting days, and it's all about engagement, man. The NFL, come on, D. The NBA pushed out something yesterday through like their PR communications about like 8 billion impressions or engagement, views on like videos through their social media platforms, and it may very well be like all of their platforms combined together. That's what this is all about. How, they're going to tout at the end of all this, and rightfully so. Like, I get it; it's the name of the game.
Yeah.
How many people went to NBA.com? How many people downloaded the NBA app? How many people opened up that NBA app and cast votes for this All-Star game?
Yeah, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at that business aspect of it, because trust me, those things matter.
I'm not absolutely. I'm not mad at it either. But don't let them count.
No, hell no. That's what I said. 0.50 is what it should be. Fans, you guys don't matter in the All-Star voting. Let it be known.
The NBA ain't out here buying views for their or subscribers for their videos. No, yeah, that's a real that's a real 8 billion of engagement right there.
That's real. Remember when, I think this was when they were doing guard, forward, center, and Zaza was the leading center?
I remember. Yeah, I remember that.
That should have been the end right there.
I remember that.
That should have been the end.
916-909-1320. I think Ross wants to bring the hurt back. Let's get Ross in here. What's happening, brother?
Yo, what's up, you guys? I just want to, put a little perspective on the Kings and, just let everybody know that we're all right. This is such a young core. A lot of these teams that we're losing to, even like Atlanta, they've had a couple players playing together, their star players, a few years. And we're still into, game 35, 40 of Fox and Sabonis and maybe 3 other young guys together. But I just mainly think the goal for this year is no matter what way you do it, you make either the playoffs or the play-in, and some sort of heartbreaking loss and just gives you a notch that this team doesn't have yet, like another gut check that brings them into next season of just experience and, pain and these end of game losses. Like when you have that playoff run and that experience, you get that off season of perspective, and it'll just make this team so much stronger making the playoffs or playing. Even if we lose a play-in, still think it makes the team much stronger.
Ross, but before you go, come on, man. This is Luke Walton, isn't it?
Hey,
come on.
Ross.
You don't have to use an alias when you call us, Luke. Like you can talk to us. We family.
Ross, quotation marks. Say I need to check the tape.
I need to check the tape.
Hell yeah, that's Luke Walton. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's Luke.
When I call Deuce and Mo, they call me out, call me Luke Walton too.
Oh yeah. We appreciate you, Ross. Thanks, buddy. I disagree a little bit with Ross, though. I feel like because I understand his point, by the way, but I think we're so far into the season and we see what this team is. I think, we talk about this, further. The expectations have changed.
Yes.
I think the expectations, and we'll ask the chatty house this, and everybody, like, have your expectations changed? I think ours have. This team is good enough, especially the way that the conference is shaking out, which is very kind of middle of the pack. Like everybody, this team is good enough to do it.
I agree 100%. And like you said, I understand what Ross was saying. But the expectations have changed. Yesterday's expectations are not today's expectations.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that. You want to get in on the phone lines, you can, 916-909-1320. Any other former coaches or former assistant coaches want to call and disguise themselves as something else, that's fine. Mark Wong's got a great point. Really big missed opportunity. We'll get him the next time he calls. We should have had a Ross say, "Hi, James." We'll get you next time, Ross.
Dead giveaway.
Steelo and KC here, 916-909-1320. Again, the phone lines at Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hi, James.
Let's see.
Brad Miller diagnosed. Man, what the hell is going on with these hamstring injuries?
Brad Miller?
Bradley Beal. Sorry to say Brad Miller. Bradley Beal was diagnosed with a low-grade left hamstring strain.
Watched a really good game last night between UConn and Providence.
Women?
Men. UConn men are like fourth in the nation. You ever go to Providence, Rhode Island? Is that a city or is that just a college? Is Providence, Rhode Island?
No, it's a city. Yeah. Yeah, there's a.
How is Rhode Island? I obviously never been there.
It's beautiful. I mean, there's beaches. Some of the most beautiful beaches in the country are there. I think that's what it's known for. It's a pretty small state. Providence did have an airport. I flew in and out of a lot. The city was fine. I mean.
Cheryl in Baltimore, she tells me she goes up to Maine for crabs sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's a thing for sure.
She said some good stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing for sure.
Chris Beard fired.
Yeah. Wonder if Molly thinks he just,
I can't believe how soft people are being on him. Oh, let me tag you in.
Yeah, also the guy who doesn't pay his fighters shit.
Dana White is a piece of shit. Here's our guy, Eddie Gonzalez.
Timmy would have never went on a marketing campaign like this. Oh. So it sounds like some Tim Duncan stuff, but he would have never sat on the podium and like, "Hey guys, I'm working hard. Look." Timmy would have just worked and won titles in the head of it.
They asked if Giannis is Tim Duncan.
Giannis, I love the kind of aloofness and the personality he brings, and he's up there reading dad jokes, and he's got the belt with his wife and all this stuff, and it's cool. But it's also like crazy artificial, and much like LeBron or even Steph, he has this personality he wants us to have, and he keeps telling us how great he is, and he keeps telling us how he's not friends with anybody, but we've seen him at parties, we've seen him working out, we've seen him. Like, it's cool, bro. We appreciate your game. Like, we all took your side against James Harden. We all said, yo, James is tripping. It's great. You don't have to come out there every day and do this to us. Just play. We enjoyed the windmill. We enjoyed the 55 points. You don't have to tell us, oh, I'm boring. You are kind of boring. You don't make jumpers. Like, you don't really dribble that well. Like, there's some stuff that we don't like. And whereas we watch other players like Kyrie or Steph, and they're way more aesthetically pleasing with their games. That's fine. Like, you have a title, you keep winning awards. You might win a title this year. Just keep winning, bro. You'll be a legend. You're a legend now. It's great. You don't have to keep telling us.
Did you just?
Interesting.
I never thought about Giannis in that way.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kyle Madsen got me listening to Draymond's podcast today.
How was that?
He shot. Well, it's not bad, but first of all, but he texted me. He was like, "Hey, 11 minutes in, Draymond's talking about De'Aaron and the Kings." Okay, got it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Wait, check that. He said he's going to talk about it later. It's like, oh, okay. So he mentioned it. Got to the Warriors, and then okay. Text me. Okay, 32 minutes. He's 32 minutes in. He shifted to the NBA. Never talked about De'Aaron Fox and the Kings in the podcast. Never went back to it. He's like D'Lo and KC, where he teased something and then he forgot to go back to it. Draymond Green is just like us. If you listen to the latest episode of the Draymond Green Show, which Kyle Madsen forced me to listen to today.
Well, I mean,
not forced.
I'm not interested in listening to Draymond.
I wanted to hear what he said about De'Aaron. He just changed his mind and never talked about him again.
I mean, I'll hear a clip like that if it has something to do with the Kings, but
and that's what I was there for.
I don't like hearing that dude talk, man. Like, shut up.
His show isn't that bad, to be honest. Like, I just keep the energy to say.
Here's what I would do. I keep telling you guys,
he's not doing that.
You don't know. The media looks at these things, okay? The media comes and tells you that Draymond Green is somebody that is backing down from Isaiah Stewart. I'm doing what's best for my team.
So your cadence is perfect. I think you need a little more saliva, like right here. If you could just work up some saliva and get it right in the center of your throat, I think you'd have that one. But your cadence is flawless. The Draymond Green cadence is flawless. It's very, very good. Quick stat check from last night's game. Phone lines are available for you, 916-909-1320. Of course, you could jump in the chatty house if you like. Maybach O going to be with us in about 30 minutes. Matt George to close out the show. Kind of a scaled down version of Batty Thursday.
Yeah.
Quick stat check here. 10 threes, 26 assists. And they lost the fast break battle 18-11.
0 for 3.
Hit any of our numbers last night. Terrence Davis and Rashawn Holmes saw brief minutes. When I say brief, boy, I mean it. I saw TD in there. It's like, all right, second night of a back-to-back. TD's got a chance to kind of work himself back into the rotation here. Let's see what he could do. And nothing really materialized for him and Rashawn. And, the Kings did look tired at times last night. The guys who didn't play a lot the night before didn't look focused, which was a struggle the night before. And for some reason, we didn't say KZ Akbala last night.
So I was thinking about this a lot of the night and even more so into the morning. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, it might have been Tuesday, I talked about how Mike Brown has done a perfect job. He's done a perfect job, and he understands the pulse of this team. And I don't take back any of that. I think he's done a perfect job up until this point. I do want to say, though, here's probably the first thing this year that I'm trying to figure out, trying to wonder. He's obviously has so much more insight to his team than what we have. And, we just see the games. He's there in the practices. He knows what he's asking for, what somebody is or isn't giving or whatever the case may be. But I looked at that game last night and the bench production is just non-existent, and that's been the case for a better part of, the last month or so, outside of Malik Monk, here or there, the bench just has not been there anymore. And that's a big contrast to what we saw, for the most part in the beginning of the season. And I feel like Mike Brown at the beginning of the season was empowering those guys on the bench and making everybody feel like this is a part of what we're doing. Now, it feels like he's excluding a lot of those guys. He's not empowering them. And you see it in their production. I watched the game last night. Like everybody else, I see Terrence Davis coming there. And I like Terrence Davis. So there's that. I'm not going to dispute that. But I'm on pins and needles for his every play.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Terrence, don't turn the ball over, or don't, and he missed like 2 or 3 defensive assignments. I said, he's not getting back in.
Yeah.
He's done. If I think that way, I'm pretty sure Terrence feels the same way.
Yeah.
I can't mess up. I got to hit this shot, or, I got to do this perfectly. And, I missed that assignment. I drew this foul. That's probably it for me. And it was. And I just, I don't think that he's empowering this bench to be successful. He hasn't said it in a while. He only said it the one time, so it's not like he's always saying it. But I need to find somebody that can play, and I'm gonna keep and all this other stuff. Well,
it wasn't that long ago that he said that.
No, but he said it the one time. He doesn't always say it.
Yeah. I think that was the one and only time he said it. He didn't say it before, and he certainly hasn't said it since.
But I think he should go back to trying to find a way to, like I keep saying, empower this bench and go back to what was right. I'll even say this. He needs to go back to Metu and Terrence Davis being in the rotation. They've been out. You've tried other stuff, and you're staying above water. So you're not setting the world on fire. Like, why not go back to what was working when you were setting the world on fire? The other thing that comes to my mind, and I know this is a guy that played them one time in the best game they'll probably play all season long. Mm-hmm. So it's a distorted view of maybe who they are on a consistent basis. But remember what Kevin Durant said when he was talking about playing that team. He's like, man, they just got so much. They got Herter and Monk, and Terrence Davis hit us for 31, and Metu, you got to guard him. Mm-hmm. You got so much to do. He was like, yo, there's too much. And 2 of those guys don't even play no more.
I got you. I understand. My question then, how? How do you get that? So, because we often talk about the starters pushing big minutes. Mm-hmm. And over the last 2 nights, the starters have pushed very big minutes. I think Domas has played 80 minutes over the course of that back-to-back right there. That's something you and I have talked extensively about since D'Lo and Casey started 2 some years ago, is your best players playing big minutes. It used to be a time when De'Aaron playing 33 minutes was a lot. 34 minutes is a lot. Now that's on the lower end.
Yeah.
He played 1 second less than 37 minutes last night. And that's less than he played the night before.
Yep.
So, like, where do you want to find? Because do you think Trey Lyles isn't performing?
I mean, I like Trey Lyles, so I value what he brings to the table, but he's not setting the world on fire. Like he's doing,
but
cool.
Chimezi's not going to do that.
Chimezi played well.
I'm not saying he didn't. But you're saying Trey Lyles played well.
The other thing with Domas, like he's playing 40 minutes a night and getting his ass kicked for 40 minutes. Like, how is that going to work out in March and April?
I got you.
So instead of him playing,
you got to get to April. I think that's part of Mike's concern, is he feels like he has to do that for this team to get to April.
Right. But I mean, instead of him playing 40, he could play 35, 36.
But I want Terrence Davis to play as well. I like Chimezie Metu, but I'm also, something took them out of the lineup.
Mm-hmm. That I agree.
What?
I agree.
And I think more specifically, because it's really easy to point out Terrence Davis's defense. And I mean, Terrence has had, I think, 2 moments this year where he's been pulled aside after being in the game for a second and a half and missing a defensive assignment, getting called out for it. And he's responded well both times. And something hasn't clicked there. And so what removed them from the lineup? What removed them from the rotation? And are you holding everybody else to that same level of accountability? Is Rashawn doing something Chimezie Metu is not? I like Rashawn Holmes a lot. as a person, I like Rashawn Holmes a lot. There are elements to Rashawn Holmes' game that I like a lot. With this particular team and the way that they're playing, it feels like it's not working. If you want to find minutes for Chimezie Metu, maybe that's where you do it, is with Rashawn Holmes. But that's doing the same thing with Rashawn Holmes that you're doing with Chimezie Metu, and that you're giving him a shot and then you're removing him from the lineup.
Right.
It feels like
he's had an extended shot at this point.
With Rashawn?
And it hasn't worked.
Well, so did Chimezie.
And it worked. So why is he out of
differently than it's working now?
They weren't. I feel when Chimezie was in there, they were more explosive, dynamic on the offensive end. I think that was part of the 7-game winning streak, 7 out of 10 or whatever the case may be. And Rashawn,
7 in a row.
Since he's been in there, it's not his fault, or he's not like the worst player in the world, but like they're not better. They're not better.
I don't think they're better. I just don't know how much better they're going to be if it's Chimezie Metu.
I think Chimezie goes more to the strengths of this team than Rashawn Holmes does. And to be fair to Mike Brown, that probably is like what he's looking at with Trey Lyles. Like Trey Lyles gives them that flexibility with a stretch 4 or 5 or something like that. But you go back, I go back, you ask how do they get in? And this is a little drastic. Like I don't expect it to be like this, but we go to the Pacers game, right? 137 on the board. I didn't even go to the Nets game. Fox played 27 minutes. Keegan Murray played 26. Harrison Barnes played 26. DeMontis played 23. Kevin Huerter played 28.
I'm sorry, what game is this?
Pacers game.
Okay.
Monk played 20 minutes. TD played 17. Davion played 17. Metu played 17. KZ played 15. Now, I'm not saying TD, Chimezie, KZ should be playing 17, 15 minutes a night necessarily, but you can have them in at 9, 10 minutes a night and then filter those other minutes back to the starters. I guess the whole point of this is you're not like I don't believe it's going to work when you only have one bench player that's going to do anything for you.
I think you're romanticizing Chimezie Metu a little bit.
Hey, maybe so. All I know is they took him out saying he couldn't play.
They didn't say that.
They didn't say that. They took him out.
Obviously,
took him out of the
obviously he
rotation.
wasn't playing. So
they took him out of the rotation. Yeah. He's not able to play. They tried Rashawn. They tried.
But there was
Keita.
obviously something Chimezie wasn't doing.
But my point is, these other guys aren't doing it either. Like if this is working.
So you feel like Chimezie's the best? Is Chimezie Metu? Let me frame this question differently. And apologies to Chimezie Metu and Rashawn Holmes and Neemias Queta. Is this the best of a bunch of bad options?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe so. I'm just saying, like they're getting nothing from the bench right now.
No, they're not.
Production-wise.
No.
So
Chimezie scored.
Why not go back to what was working?
Chimezie scored double-digit points. It was 10 every time. 3 times in the 7-game win streak. In the other games, he scored 8, 2, and 2 was actually the Brooklyn game, and 6 against Detroit.
And the one thing that I want to see,
he scored double-digit points 2 other times, both in wins against the Clippers and Chicago. If I remember correctly, that was a back-to-back also. He scored 10 points in each of those, and then that was basically it. He played 10, and his minutes started to decline after that.
And you talk about like Terrence Davis. Terrence Davis is a rhythm type player.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's a guy that needs minutes and needs the room on the court to be able to get his game going. You called on him when who was that couldn't play? Was it Huerter? Somebody again in Toronto.
Yeah.
You called on him.
Huerter
Come in here
out.
and start.
Mm-hmm.
TD's 19 points helped win that game.
Yeah.
Like you got to give him the leeway, and I don't feel like he's been given the leeway. And all this wouldn't. I wouldn't be saying any of this if they were winning. They're like 500 in their last 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're actually 4-6 now after last night. That's not the worst thing in the world. They're not playing terrible basketball, but there's something missing. And Metu isn't great, but he fits the way this team plays. You talk about Metu not playing defense or Terrence Davis not playing. They're not good playing defense right now with those guys not playing.
And that's why I said if the reason they're out of the rotation is whatever reason that they are out of the rotation, how many other people are you holding to that same level of accountability? You were right the first time, by the way. They're 5-5 in their last 10. Okay. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, live for you on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching there, we hope you'll hit the thumbs up and the subscribe buttons. We're also available for you on Facebook Live. A couple of notes here from Jesse. Starter minutes the last two games. Sabonis played 78 minutes and 21 seconds. Fox, 74 minutes. Harrison Barnes played 74 minutes. Kevin Huerter played 65. Keegan Murray played 63. Big minutes for all the starters in that back-to-back.
Another thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to look at the numbers or whatever the case may be, but High Five material brings out something that I was thinking about. It says Metu has a much better two-man game with Monk also. And I feel like that was the last time I can remember Chimezie playing.
It's the new Tyrese and Rashawn.
Well,
no, I know where you're going.
The last time I remember him playing, Metu playing, was against Chicago.
Okay.
And you look at Malik Monk's production since Chicago, it's been really up and down. He's gone, he had 20 points against Chicago. He's gone over 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
The Chicago game was December 4th, by the way. For those.
Malik Monk has gone over 15 points 6 times since then. Before then, I mean, I can't count it in front of me, but he had a 20, he had a 20, he had a 30, he had a 27, 26, 15, 24, 15, 19. These are all the games before Chicago. And I just feel, I can't put my finger on it, but I feel like he plays better with a guy like Metu, who's a stretch guy, as opposed to a Keita or a Holmes guy. It's not to say those two are bad. I'm just saying for Malik's game, I feel like he plays a little better with him.
Let's get Javier in here. 2 days in a row for Javier.
Javier, my main man.
916-909-1320. What's going on, brother?
How you guys doing today?
Good, man. How you doing?
I went to the game last night, just, observation, just, been really intrigued by keeping collective information because obviously I got some confidence with this new regime. But I just don't see, it's just for Terrence Davis, if you're not going to give him consistent minutes to get his rhythm and flow from the perimeter, he's ineffective. And you guys said, which is spot on, he played horrible on defense last night when I watched, but the rest of the team did too. So if you're going to hold him to the standard that you want the rest of the team to play, everyone needs to be accountable for those same standards defensively. And Rashawn, man, I don't know what happened to dude. He used to be good at a push shot. He used to be just, I won't say a rim runner, but somebody who could block shots, make plays in the interior at the cup. He looks lost out there. He's not. He's scared to dribble the basketball. When he had Walton and Walton as the coach in Gentry, he would literally, when he gets the ball at the top of the key, he will wait 5 seconds for somebody to come and take the ball from him. It's mind-boggling. Dog, I know you know how to dribble. I'm not saying you got to dribble down and make a play, but it's I don't understand why he's even in the rotation. I mean, we can smirk at that. I just don't know.
Well, no, Javi, I think you're being a little extra. He's in an entirely different system. And Rashawn has shown signs. It's not like Rashawn forgot how to play basketball. Let's also, again, I'm a Rashawn Holmes guy, but let's also remember there's far more of his career that looks like what we're watching now than what we saw in that, 2-year stretch that he had.
Yeah.
I mean, Rashawn's not 3 years into the league or 4 years into the league. Now, there's a lot of things, working against him at this moment. Everything that he excelled at that earned him, and he absolutely earned that $40 million contract. Everything in terms of personnel, coaching, all of that stuff is different now. And he is the best player certainly one of the best players on this basketball team, is at his position. The coach is different. The style is different. The expectations are different. Like, there's a lot working against Rashawn. My biggest criticism of him is that he hasn't found a way to adapt to it 30-some-odd games into the season. Mm-hmm. He's had moments. The push shot, it's there. We've seen it. We saw it very, very recently. Why it can't be consistent is a question that I'm not going to relegate just to Rashawn Holmes. Mm-hmm. I'm going to ask the same question to Malik Monk and Terrence Davis and Chimezie Metu and every single person on that bench that we're talking about that had a really, really rough 2-game stretch here and has just been inconsistent.
Yeah. I like,
even, I was thinking, and I know this isn't fair. When Malik scored 30 off the bench, there wasn't a lot like anywhere else. No. Now it's tough. I mean, when you got a bench scorer scoring 30, but it's not like, oh, the bench had like a total of 36.
Right. No, the bench is not productive. And when I think you understand what I'm saying, and I want to be perfectly clear. I'm not saying this as if Metu's a savior or he's
that's what I heard.
He's this, phenomenal talent that's being slept on. What I'm saying is you messed with the rotations. You messed what was working when it was working. What you did didn't work. Whether for whatever reason you did it, you had your reasons, whether it was practice, whatever was going on. You felt like you needed to do something with the backup center situation. You felt like you needed to do something with taking Terrence Davis out of the rotation. Fine. You have your reasons for doing it. I'm not here to question that. Once again, you see that team more than I do if you're Mike Brown. It's not working. Like, you guys aren't a better defensive team. You're getting worse, and you're losing some of your explosiveness on the offensive end. So why not go back to what was working? I guess that's the whole thing about it. Like, why are we still either gonna say, all right, well, let's just get Rashawn in there or whatever and play the starters 45 minutes? Why? And it's not working. Like, you haven't taken off since you made that decision. So go back to what was working.
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
The other thing is, I don't know how KZ Okpala just can't ever get on the floor sometimes.
Yeah, that's the other thing I don't understand. He played 8 minutes the night before, was praised all around, was given the defensive player of the game. Mike, last night, I'll find the clip for you. We'll run it. We got Olivia next. We'll run it for you today. Mike sat down, clearly frustrated last night, talking about the defense. The guy you put the big gold chain on yesterday didn't play. I don't understand, but this is where you say, Mike Brown knows this team more intimately than we do. 100%. There's a reason. I don't know what the reason is, but there's a reason, and I don't understand it. I do not understand it. If you're going to sit down and rightfully so be upset that, and he wasn't even so much upset about the defense. It was giving up on that perimeter and letting guys get to the basket, particularly late in the game. Who stops that?
KZ Okpala is at the very least, your second best perimeter defender on your team.
That's it.
The very least.
Which is why it left all of us confused.
So I guess the moral of the story of all this is
KZ has never not performed.
No.
When asked to. He has never not performed. And I've never once looked at, with all due respect to Rashawn, even Chimezie, I've looked, you got to give them the hook. Like, this is not working. I've never looked at KZ Okpala that way. I don't feel like he ever makes the team worse. You just talk about the offensive end all you want. I don't think anybody cares. De'Aaron's like, job. No problem.
Right.
I'll make up for that.
KZ does his job.
That's it.
And it's one of those things, even you talk about, like, you're watching and, oh, this isn't working. Get him out of there. All right, cool. Get him out of there for that half. Go back to him the next half. Get him out of, if it's the second half, get him out of there for that game, whether it's KZ, Metu, or TD. It's not working at that time. Cool. Get ready for tomorrow night. Like, it shouldn't be this whole thing. Like, I don't know when Terrence Davis is going to play again. I bet he feels the same way. Like, man, I had an opportunity. I gave up a couple of defense rotations. I may not see the court again for 4 games.
Yeah.
Metu, we ain't seen Metu in 10 games.
It's been a while. I mean, he's played a minute and 26 seconds.
He got a bucket.
He did get a bucket. Layup. He was 100%.
Who was that against the other day? Third. That was Memphis.
I mean, if you want to be real about it, Chimezie Metu ain't missed in like 6 games. You can call it what it is. All right, we'll continue this discussion. Olivia Christian, the game last nightcap, available on TikTok and Instagram. She joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm craving coffee really bad.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, the best thing that happened to me.
It's going to text you on your way in. Hey, bro, where you at?
Best thing that happened to me was my Keurig breaking.
Hmm.
Do you guys think like Mike Brown lets players play through their struggles? Or do you think he's got too much of a short leash on them?
He absolutely
Starters.
does not let them play.
Lets the starters play through struggles. I don't think anyone else.
Yeah, because I've seen people say like KZ fouls a lot, but it's like you got to let him play through
doesn't
that.
matter.
Yeah, learn
Like,
not how to.
Casey's never going to have to play 20 minutes.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
And I understand the whole, getting in the penalty stuff. My whole point is, like, what you're doing is not working. It's not working to the point where, like, his main thing is probably defense, right? It's not working to the point where you're playing this great defense. And no matter who's in there, they're fouling. So why are we not playing people? Because they're not playing defense. And the people you continue to play are not playing defense too. That make no sense.
I was so, as we look at Olivia here, I was so frustrated yesterday cutting our Instagram reel because I couldn't figure out why I was looking like this. It's like, why the fuck am I not looking at him? And then I realized I was. You're over here. The camera's over here. The whole video, I'm looking this way. And
what are you looking at?
I'm looking at you.
Where? Oh,
on the screen.
Oh, got you. Yeah,
but I didn't move the camera over 6 inches, so it looked like I was looking completely away. It was a good reel because you were talking about the big moment, but I looked fucking ridiculous. I looked like I wasn't paying attention to you.
I saw that. That didn't cross my mind.
I pay attention to all. I didn't cut a reel yesterday as I'm cutting. You're eating like, and in the way that I'm cutting these reels now, you can't really avoid it. So it's like, I
gotta eat during the breaks.
No, it was just like, I'll figure something out. What's up? Oh,
hi guys.
Hey, Echo.
All the Christmas decorations are down.
I missed
There's
them.
literally nothing behind you. It looks like you're moving. There's nothing there.
Oh, that empty area right here?
Yeah, it's just completely empty.
I can't figure out what to do with that corner.
Nothing.
Right? I'm like,
I saw the bottles, and I saw the bottles in a recent game last night.
I put those like right here, but I don't want them there all the time. Like, this is like a walkway, so I can't have something like close. But back there, it just feels like wasted space. I don't know what to do yet.
What is it again on TikTok? The game last night?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Olivia looks like a weather person. Like, she's like, oh, there's stuff over here. I had stuff over this way. And
by the way, newscast putting reporters out in like crazy weather.
Yo, our guy, my man Andrew. We got to get Andrew on the show, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Andrew definitely want to come. But yeah, they had him. They had him in the prime place where the levee was about to break. I was like, yo, get him out of there.
You know, the great thing about Andrew was on Sunday, I'm sure you talked to him on Sunday, was because of the 49ers and Raiders going the way that it did. Ooh. It was like we were waiting. Roland checks in. Hey, you ready? I was like, yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. I'm ready to rock. Yeah. Show goes live. We do the first segment together and go to commercial. Hey, nice to meet you.
Andrew, I just seen Andrew hit me with his info. I told him we definitely have him on the show. Andrew's pretty good.
Yeah, he is good. Do you have the game last night on Instagram too? Because you have 2 Instagrams, but you have the game.
It's on Instagram. It's the game _. Last night because it wasn't available.
I knew there was an _ somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, but I decided in the new year I'm not going to post my caps on Olivia Christian because most people who follow me there know me for other things. So I'm gonna
Well,
go
you're
back
so
to.
big. Yeah, you're so big. You got to have two IG pages. I just got
No.
one.
Yeah, I mean,
No, you've got 3, Damien. I think you've got about 3.
That's kind of facts. I do have 3, but
I used to have 2. Well, actually, I never closed it. It was like
it's still there. Yeah, people have tagged you in it.
the basketball joint.
Is it 916?
Yeah,
What is it?
KCB9. It was
Yeah,
like
it's something like that.
all dedicated to basketball.
You've been tagged in that. I was like, what the hell is this? Clicked on it. Oh, okay. All right.
It's still up and at 'em.
All right.
Somebody suggested I get a big house plant and put it back there.
Those are great. A fake one? Yeah, those are great. You got to get a really nice thing.
Fake is bad feng shui. You shouldn't have fake plants. Well,
my sister got me a dope fake plant.
Well, you should wonder why your karma is bad.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you what it is. It's the fake plant.
Damn.
I'm just kidding. Coming in hot. Sorry.
Jesse's laughing way too hard right now. That's kind of what's bothering me. Well, if I get a real plant, so what if I forget to water the plant and it dies? What kind of karma do I get for that?
Well, I mean, life is a cycle, so that's okay. If you're trying, maybe put it in your calendar. I don't have any plant. I mean, I buy myself.
Probably cheaper.
I'm sorry?
Real plants are probably cheaper. Oh, hang on. It's the gardening hour here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320.
D-Lo HGTV.
Let's go, baby. No fake plants allowed here on this show. You can listen on 98.5 FM HD in your electric vehicle or with the HD radio. And of course, we welcome those on the Odyssey app and ESPN 1320. And we welcome the host of The Game Last Night, Cap, available on TikTok at The Game Last Night. Make sure you're following. Oh, those shows I noticed as I've gotten more active in the D-Lo and KC posting. Those Game Last Night Caps is doing some numbers. Mm-hmm. That's a popular show over there on TikTok. I see you.
Really is.
Aww. Thank you. I'm trying. A few months ago, I was like, what am I doing? Why am I putting this stuff out there? No one's going to watch it. And then I stopped for like a month or so. And then when I came back, encouraged by other people who told me to keep going, somebody wrote to me like, if you ever quit again, I'm contacting my congressman. And I was like, oh my God, that's so nice. So I've been continuing to put those out. It's been fun. And it's a way for me to get out all of those things that I think about when I look at sports, which is just beyond the scores and highlights, but around race and politics, religion, all that stuff. So it's a great outlet for me. So if you care about sports in that way, and if you don't, follow me on TikTok, please.
It's a great excuse to drink every day too, because it's like I gotta drink, I gotta do the video. Like, how could I do the Game Last Night Cap without the cap? Gotta have a drink every day.
Exactly. I've been telling my liver that for the past year or so. Like, we're in this together. We gotta rock together.
I like the beanie, by the way, Olivia. Like the beanie.
Thank you. You know, I have been unable to get warm today. It's like the sun just started coming out, but it's been freezing in my house. But my thermostat says like 74. I'm like, I don't believe it. So I've got like sweats on, a sweatshirt, a beanie, thick socks, and I still can't get rid of this chill.
74 is insanely hot. That's
insanely hot.
That's hot. That's really warm,
sir.
Like if my thermostat hits 67, it's like, what the hell is going on here,
sir? What the
hell? Oh no.
I will freeze people out of my house. I'll tell you that. You know what? Before we get to the Kings, because I know you were watching them last night. I'm very confident you have some thoughts on Damar Hamlin and what went on Monday Night Football. Before we get to your thoughts, let's give you that update that we had mentioned earlier. I'm sure everybody has seen it by now. It's obviously great news. He's doing very well. The doctors who are actually working on him, not the television doctors, but the ones that have been working on him, have said he's responded very well. Neurologically, he's responded very well. The best case scenario, the doctor said today, is he has a very real possibility of going back to the person that he was before Monday, before the game started. So there's a lot of really positive. There's a lot of really positive signs for Damar Hamlin. Of course, his charity is now, the foundation is releasing a statement saying thank you for the incredible amount of support. I believe they've topped 6 million $6 million, and that's going to, remember, this is a brother who makes like $100,000 a year. He's been in the league 2 years. That money, going to his charity is going to, help young people for years and years to come. So some really good news there. Oh, but I'm sure you have some thoughts after what we witnessed on Monday night.
Yeah. Thank you for providing me with the time to kind of talk about it and let this stuff out. It kind of made me think about a question Kenny posed to me, I don't know, a year ago when I first was on here, and he asked me if I was into boxing. And I said, I can't watch boxing because I can't watch people pass out. I can't watch them become unconscious. I can't see people hitting themselves until they're bloody, they're bruised, their eyes are so, I can't see it. And not just boxing for me. That's not the attitude I had just with boxing. I mean, obviously that is the goal, really, to knock somebody out. But seeing that on a football field, seeing people have concussions, when two down and his fingers bent in that way, it just makes me sick to my stomach. It makes me cry a bit to see that. And of course, we all know that a lot of players are well aware of the risks of playing any professional sport. To their livelihood, to their mental capacity, their cognitive ability as they move on, and whatever sport. I mean, soccer, they've talked about all the concussions that are happening in soccer and the effects of that. I've done stories about that when I worked at NR. But the challenge that I have around this conversation with there are a number of things. But I mostly am mad at the football associations, their leadership, the Players Association. I'm still upset at the fact that they don't demand more from this organization. For those people who think that people are going to do good just for the sake of doing good, they never do. Not people, not big business, especially not billion-dollar businesses. You only become a billion-dollar business when you're putting your foot on the neck of other people. It doesn't happen unless you're putting your foot on the neck of other people. Somebody has to suffer.
I'm gonna ask you to pause right there, because we're having a little connection issue that we were trying to play through. Can you reset real quick and come back? Just real quick. We'll pick up right where you left off. I know right where you are. Just a quick reset and come back because obviously, Olivia, I was trying to play through it, and it felt like it was gonna kind of just a quick little shuffle, clean itself up.
Right.
But your favorite commercial kept coming back. Olivia was Hush Little Baby. Yeah. Guys, we got hit with the remix a couple of times. So
that commercial is in circulation anymore. And because it's not the holiday season anymore, I'm mad that my other commercial isn't in circulation, my Sprite commercial. Joy to the world. Joy.
I can understand.
I don't know why that one cracks me up.
I don't know either. I saw it once and thought, oh, that's Kenny's commercial. I think is back, but looking down at I think she's actually still frozen. Yeah, she's still frozen. I don't know.
Is it a situation where she got to call in? Because I want to hear everything.
Yeah, it looks like Can you don't get down. It's all right. Can you do a complete like computer everything? Because it's probably internet and weather and all of that stuff. But I don't want what you're saying to get lost. So let's just try that really quick, and then if that doesn't work, we'll go to the phone because I obviously we're not talking, rebounds and assists here. I want her to be able to get that across.
Yeah.
So Olivia is going to do a quick reset and looking. I'm not positive if she knows what I mean by that. Just text her to restart her computer because I still see her I still see the box below us, but at least that's obviously that's been a lengthy discussion this week in the fallout of Damar Hamlin is the NFL, and being vested now has become a thing that people are discussing, and you only get vested in insurance and so on after being in the league for so long. And again, this is I think you hit me to this. What'd you say? A 6th round pick? Mm-hmm. We just mentioned, $100,000 a year. That's not, it's a fine living. That's not life-changing money.
No. I saw something. It's been on Twitter all over the place. I tweeted out whatever. Garrett Bush. I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's a former player. I wasn't familiar with him before, but he's on a show called The Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show, and he I mean, the things that he said on this show was, about as real as you're going to hear anything. And I don't know if anybody's seen it or heard it, but it surrounded basically what we talked about with, the salary that Damar Hamlin makes, his years of service, and what that will or won't essentially get him in the way of lifetime benefits, healthcare, all this other stuff. And I urge anybody to see it. It's on my Twitter, but I mean, he just broke it down perfectly.
Yeah,
perfectly. And he talked about how,
to prove I wasn't blocked, by the way. I saw that on your Twitter.
never will block my man D-Lo. Never. Might mute him, but never block him. Actually, D-Lo, he don't tweet enough for me to mute him. You don't tweet that much. And when you do tweet, it's about something that I'm interested in.
Yeah, I don't tweet a lot.
It's not like Patriots or something.
Olivia back with us. Olivia's back with us in freaking 4K right now.
Yeah, she looks phenomenal.
She looks absolutely incredible. If you can, and I know it's hard, I want to get back into what we were talking about with Damar Hamlin, and you were talking about billionaires putting their foot on the neck of other people, and I know it's kind of tough to pick up where you were, but we're obviously very interested in what you were saying.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties, but like you said, it's likely because everyone's working from home and T-Mobile is terrible. Anyways, I was talking about billionaires and, the NFL being $1 billion organization. And if we're expecting them or any other $1 billion organization to do right by people for the sake of doing right, we are going to be holding our breath for a long time. I watched a video that Kenny retweeted this morning, and I don't know the name of that show, that sports show. And there was a gentleman on there talking about everything that Damar might be experiencing for the rest of his life. Luckily, we have updates that he's doing much better. He's able to communicate through writing, and his cognitive ability seems to be all intact. But prior to knowing that, we're all concerned about what his life would be like, just beyond surviving it. And the video clip ended with him saying that he thinks the NFL should do well by players for the sake of doing well. Just do the right thing. I don't think it's the Players Association. I'm like, you lost me right there. The Players Association, they hold all the cards. If there aren't any players on the field, there is no game. There aren't commercials being sold. All of us who get paid by talking about we don't exist, these players should be demanding more. And the NBA, their Players Association, they know what's up. They don't take any of this kind of stuff. And I don't know why NFL players won't unite in a bigger way. When this country was thriving, we had a thriving middle class. It's because unions were fighting for things, because big business will never do it. They had to create laws that said, you're not allowed to dump crap into our water. You can't pollute the earth. They weren't going to do that out of the goodness of their heart, even though their own families, their own children would be drinking that water and inhaling those fumes. They weren't going to do that on their own. We had to create laws that said, you can't do that anymore. And when unions were saying, we're not going to have 7-day work weeks, we're going to have 8 hours, we're going to have a paid lunch. Those are when things changed and we created wealth for the middle class. We still have to make those gains in the NFL and other players associations. It's insane to me that people are even talking about the fact that the NFL should just do better because they should just do better. They have never represented themselves to do better out of the goodness of their hearts. It's only when us fans and players demand more. And I'm hoping this is the tipping point. But we've hoped for that stuff in the past, right? With Colin Kaepernick and, they wrote end racism in the end zone. Like, oh, great. But then we find out things like people can't get hired. We need the Rooney Rule in place, and it still hasn't been effective. So all of us hoping and praying that the NFL will do better right by their players, by their fans. I think we just need to stop waiting for them to do better and for the players to stand up. Maybe they can have a weekend with the NBA Players Association. Tell us what you did and help us to get organized in that same way. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, right. Well, that's a beautiful thought.
Well, the thing about that, Olivia, and you're not wrong.
Raining Kool-Aid outside right now, too.
You're not wrong with what you're saying. You're 100% correct. But that ship has sailed, waiting on the Players Association to do something. They've already locked themselves into something. They've done they don't have no cards to play. Unless I'm sure there's some kind of non-strike clause in there or whatever the case may be. Maybe they should probably think about breaking it, but they're locked into something.
I don't believe anybody's ever locked into that stuff. Never.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. They may, I don't know what the ramifications are for a non-strike clause. I remember when I worked for a big corporation. I'll just say that big, not here. But you couldn't strike. Like when you went to the workers union or whatever, it was okay. Like, I understand we're going to do this and this and this, but you cannot strike. That is in our so I don't know if you go outside the union or whatever you do, like maybe that's the case, but there are those things in there. And I don't know what the ramifications are if you strike when it's in the agreement that you can't strike. I don't know what that is, but that will be their play because they can't negotiate nothing no more. But I also do believe that it is up to us fans and us in the media to put pressure on the NFL, to put pressure on it. Maybe it doesn't do anything, but it doesn't hurt to ask Jed York, to ask Jerry Jones, why is the CBA this way? Do you think that's fair? And they may skirt around it. And then you'll see them next week. Jerry, I asked you last week, why is the CBA this way? Do you think that's okay? And he may skirt around it again. Jerry, next week, I asked you last time, you didn't really give me, why is it? They need to start answering. And I don't think it's good enough to just be like, well, they're owners, they're billionaires, they don't care. They need to start answering. And if they want to give a truthful answer of, I'd rather, how much money that costs, I'll lose $1 billion. Well, you're worth $6 billion. You telling me that you can't live off $5 billion?
But there isn't a scenario where they lose $1 billion. And
I know,
that's what it boils down to, because and rightfully so, you're putting the pressure on the owners. The owners aren't going to feel pressure from players. They're going to feel it from fans, only because the fans have put so much pressure on advertisers. We keep using the term fans. Fans can dictate the advertiser stuff. They put pressure on the advertisers. That's where it changed. Remember the Jamel Hill suspension from ESPN? That's what it was about. When she was talking about the NFL, she was talking about Jerry Jones, and she said, if you really wanted to apply pressure, you'd boycott AT&T and the sponsors of the Dallas Cowboys. That applies pressure. Watching games doesn't really do anything unless you can get like 15 million of your closest friends to do it too.
When do we say things change for Daniel Snyder?
FedEx.
When FedEx said, not when they had marches and protests.
They had Congress and it didn't do anything.
No. FedEx said, you will change this name
or you will lose this money.
And that's what happened. I think that Olivia, I've given up on the Players Association doing something. It's up to fans.
It's not one path against another. It's not a one track that we're walking on to achieve these things. It does take other people, other organizations, advertisers, fans to do what we need to do in order to put the pressure on them. But I know there's a big question around whether or not the media asking those questions of owners like Jerry Jones and Dan Snyder week after week, every time they have opportunity, is it in their best interest to do that? What show, what network are they on that gets paid when they put that game on, when they have commentators that are there to discuss? So there's always going to be people who are trying to leverage this to their, to their gain. But in the end, the product on the field is put on by players. And if we go through history and we see when change is made, it's by the individuals who are asked to do the work. Remember during COVID with those necessary workers we had out there? So Amazon was shamed into giving them, $2 more an hour? But as that died down, they went back to paying them just as little as they could. They went in there and tried to break up unions because they know the power of organizing. And yeah, a lot of these corporations would put in things like, oh, you can't really strike. And they will do illegal things to make sure those companies continue to make billions and billions of dollars for certain individuals. Being afraid to strike because of retaliation is how they keep you in line. And that's why I say it's up to players to lead this revolt. Fans won't do it if players are willing to keep coming out there and put their lives at risk and then get hit and potentially have to sit out and then have to fight for compensation after they've retired. That's the other thing about the NFL. And I talked about this in my last video for the game last nightcap. The NFL just last year, after they were being sued, said, oh yeah, we've been discriminating against Black players by saying they had less cognitive ability to lose anyway. So if they're having challenges around that post NFL career, well, they weren't that smart to begin with. So we'll give them less, when they actually did give some Black players some money, because we already know that 70% of them, their claims were denied. And the NFL still hasn't even paid a big percentage of the money in that settlement out to other players. So again, unless the players demand more at the top, and it could be a multi-layered effort here by fans, by media, by advertisers, but it has to be led by the people who are the ones who are literally on the field, risking their lives
And
for
here's
our
the thing.
entertainment.
And Olivia, once again, you're spot on. They're not going to do it. The players aren't going to do it. They're not. We seen the last CBA was promoted and talked about as the biggest one that they've had in that sport, and it was going to set the groundwork for the next 50 years of this league. And 500 of them didn't even vote.
Yeah,
like the players, they're not going to show up as a group. I'm just like we say the owners aren't going to give no money back. I'm confident saying these players are not going to show up. They never have collectively. I'm not saying there's a good portion of them that care about it or trying to do the right thing, but as a collective, they've shown, just like the owners have shown their greediness, these players have shown they're not going to show up because they lose every negotiation.
Well, there's two things. One, these players are 22, 24 years old. They're not thinking long term. They're trying to get in, get vested, get a pension, be able to live their dreams, make some money until they're termed out. So I'm not expecting those individuals to get it, but there are retired players who know better, like Shannon Sharp and those folks who do have a mic that are trying to preach to these young fellows to stop looking just at the immediate future. In general, I think you guys know that I am not an optimistic person when it comes to humanity. We make dumb decisions all the time. My hope is that this will wake them up, but I'm not expecting it. But I definitely won't concede the argument that it's impossible, because lots of things seemed impossible before they happened. And again, I'm hoping that collectively the effort will be maintained throughout the playoffs. Likely, we turn the page on this and we start talking about something else. But I can't stop kind of preaching this because again, history has shown us when people have organized, things change. And you look at the tech industry, a lot of the work I do is with tech companies. People are getting laid off. These tech companies are making just as much money, if not more, than before the pandemic. But now they're laying off folks. And you know why? Because they're not organized. They aren't unionized. They don't have it in their contract. So they can lay people off. And this is what happens to football players. Their contracts aren't guaranteed. I mean, you can't even get that. That seems insane to me. But it's heartbreaking what happened to him. I'm not optimistic, but I'm slightly hopeful that they will wake up to it.
It's pretty amazing, regarding contracts. Derek Carr signed an extension like last year.
Mm-hmm.
He can get cut 1 month from now. That contract he signed for 3 years, 4 years, he can get cut 1 month from now and be owed nothing or little, close to nothing. Certainly not what he was owed, and if his contract becomes fully guaranteed. Yeah. This feels, it's so reminiscent of that famous summer of 2020, where for a fleeting moment in history, Black Lives mattered. And everyone had something to say. And I think Olivia just alluded to this. And then you're on to something else. Well, no one's posting black squares. There's no Black Lives Matter sales. There's none of that stuff is going on anymore. Shout out to Nordstrom's, by the way. Nordstrom's is the one website I found who kept a tab that you can go to their website and search Black owned and founded. And you can search every Black designer, creator on their website.
I echo that. Nordstrom is a client of mine. They hired me to talk to a number of their internal groups. They're called employee resource groups, and they're committed to it. And like you said, they have maintained this relationship years since the big groundswell in 2020. So shout out to them. If they want to send me some free clothes, I'll rock them.
Shop from there.
Yeah,
it's tremendous. But
if you just real quick, Sacramento Kings.
Oh,
Sacramento Kings didn't. They kept the same energy all to this day.
Shout out Kendra Montgomery Block, who made sure they kept the same energy. Kendra, we're going to need that purple beam to turn some colors in June. But you mentioned turning the page, and what I'm fearful of, is Saturday the page gets turned, because we're back. All indications are, at least, we're back to playing football. And now we're talking playoffs, and see pretty much everything we avoided this week, never talked about it. It gets back into the forefront on Saturday and Sunday. And now we're just racing to the playoffs.
It does. And they talk about the money that's going to be lost as a result. Go ahead, Kenny.
And no, I was just going to say, and that's where I'll put the onus on myself, because I'm a member of the media. I may not talk to Jed York or Mark Davis as frequently as, they have a Jerry Jones show or something like that. But as a media, the players are going to move on. They're going to move on. They shouldn't. They absolutely shouldn't. But that's what they're going to do. It's up to us. Just like we don't forget to talk about Brett Favre and how he should be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
We can't forget to shame these owners into what they've done with this collective bargaining agreement. We can't forget to do it. Like, we can't say, oh, we moved on. We need to mention all the time, if DeMar Hamlin can't play again, he doesn't have health care. We need to be saying that like we say Brett Favre.
I don't disagree one bit. I don't disagree one bit. The game last night, Cap, on TikTok, it's not exclusively on TikTok yet, or is it?
No, you can also follow me on Instagram, and it's the game last night.
I was about to say, did you sign that Paramount Plus deal where it's exclusively somewhere? Okay.
Well, I know that I know that was something she was thinking about doing, was keeping the game last night, Cap, on TikTok. The show is called Game Last Night, Cap. The handle on TikTok is the Game Last Night, and on Instagram it's the game _ last night.
Yes, if you follow Damien, you'll see where I am. He follows me everywhere. That's my brother.
Okay.
Appreciate that, and you'll find me.
Yeah, it came across very weird that you said I follow you everywhere, but I got you. We know what you meant. That's Olivia Christian right there. We'll be back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, we're going to have to get to the Kings because it is just primary shitty planning on my part to go into a football conversation here.
Yeah.
Can I
no need to talk about the Kings. That was a home run. That was tremendous.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Coach Molly. After the show last week, she went on my website and bought a book and a pillow, and she tried to buy the audiobook, but I've got to fix my website to make it easier to do. But I just wanted to thank her for her support. It's awesome. Thank you.
That's awesome.
I'm looking to see if she's in here. I don't see her, but
I haven't seen her.
She is. When I came on, I saw that she wrote, I have Olivia's book or something.
Oh, tremendous. Yeah. Here she is. Yeah, you're right.
Coach Molly in the house.
That's what's up. That's great stuff.
Coach Molly came to our brunch that one time.
That was the one time we went out. One time we went out. Coach Molly came and hung out with us. Where can people get your book? I feel like we've never plugged that before.
We have. It's on my website, oliviachristian.co, not .com.
Oh, that's right. You couldn't afford .com like we couldn't. We got
No, it's because some other Olivia Christian out there took all the handles.
There's only one Olivia Christian.
She's a smart lady,
being honest. You're the best. Thank you.
You're the best. I'm sorry that I can't see you guys this weekend, but I hope you have an incredible time. Please post a bunch of pictures and go Kings.
Yeah, we'll definitely miss you for sure.
For the playoffs.
And and stay on top of me about your work in LA so I can make sure that stuff gets to Shannon. Okay.
Sounds good. Bye guys. Have a great one.
Thanks, El.
Take care.
That was really good. I don't know what part, but there's something in there that we could use.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do Twitter. Obviously something when she came back, but I don't know. I just thought it was really, really good. It's really good. When is the next D'Lo and Casey meetup? God, I have no idea.
No clue.
Yeah, no idea.
No clue.
But oh man. Hey, I'll fight for you. Say the word. Okay. Yeah, I'll fight for you, bro. I don't feel like that's going anywhere. Oh man, it looks bad out. I mean, it's the fact that I can't see it looks like it might be a little rough out.
Yeah, I think we got through the worst of it.
I think we got through the worst of the win. That win was crazy.
That win was crazy.
I'm trying to plan what to wear Saturday because It's going to be raining.
That's a mess.
Vince McMahon plans to return to pursue a sale of the business after the 2022 retirement.
What?
He's literally trying to kill my own creation. Me and the NWO. Bro, go away, man.
20 cities that deserve an NBA expansion team. I don't think there's 20 cities.
Yeah, I was about to say. It's like Reggie Miller. I was about to say 20.
Just put it in Seattle and Vegas and be done with this already.
Please. This is a weird article. It's written in, I don't want to say the language because I might not be correct, but in a language I don't understand.
Big shout out to Olivia. You could go to oliviachristian.co to purchase her book, just like Coach Molly did. Coach Molly grabbed her book.
I gotta get a Maybach O book. I'm slipping.
oliviachristian.co. That's where you get it. Soren's asking, is Trista coming to Sag in the middle of a bomb cyclone? Yeah, she will be here. She'll be here for a large chunk of the show. She's only going to be here a couple of days, so she's not. Plus, she's smart. No smart person checks bags anymore.
Yeah,
unless you're gone for a week or 2 weeks. I've become a master of. I'm going to fit everything into these carry-ons.
Yeah, I say that, and I actually checked bags last time I got on a plane. That wasn't the best idea.
When you flew to the island?
Yeah, most of
you were going like a day.
Yeah, check the bag.
Oh, that is, bro.
That
is not bright. That is not
bad job by me.
That's bad work right there. But Trista lands, I believe at 12 o'clock, and her plan is to come straight here to the studio. So we should get to spend a couple of hours with Trista here in studio. In addition, of course, to Kyle being with us and James Ham being with us as well. So we're gonna be in these streets on Saturday, man. So if you're at, actually, it's gonna be pretty ugly. No one's gonna be roaming around downtown Sacramento. So if you're at the game, Kings and Lakers, make sure you see Trista.
It might rain, should rain.
Y'all know you've been calling for rain for like a month and a half.
Well, I mean, Sunday it is going to rain.
Sunday.
Sunday,
okay,
Sunday is a rain day. But
gotcha.
Christina Warner and all my meteorologists out there said Friday is a relatively clear day. Chance of rain on Saturday.
Okay.
And then it gets ugly again going into Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
All right, Christina. Well, if you're listening, and we appreciate it because I know Christina listens, as she mentioned on Twitter yesterday. Could we just shut the rain down for Saturday? Because that's what meteorologists do. Like, they control the weather, right? They coordinate with Mother Nature and determine what the weather's going to be. If we could just chill out on Saturday,
did you ever see that movie?
Be really helpful.
Wasn't that a movie where they controlled the weather? Jesse, you heard about that movie, right?
I can't think of the movie and stuff like that, but I'm sure
Bruce
there is
Almighty.
Yeah, there is a movie out there. I'm sure there's a movie where they control the weather. Like, that movie exists. I don't know what it's called though.
I can't remember. I haven't seen it. I just remember the commercials for it.
Okay.
I always get a little. I do believe that movies aren't just made just to be made.
Oh no!
You get them from somewhere.
Which one of your friends told you this? What are you about to say?
No, I'm not saying people control the weather. I'm just saying
Christina Warner controls the weather.
But I'm just saying I don't know. People get these ideas from somewhere, whether it's an imagination.
Weed.
Well, that's not anything that I
weed or perhaps something stronger. Based on the plot of the movie you just laid out, I'm guessing it's something stronger.
Geostorm is what they're saying.
They're calling you Kenny Irving now. I don't know.
No, the world is round.
Okay.
The world is round.
They're just people controlling the weather. That's all right.
I didn't say they were controlling the weather, but that is a movie about people controlling the weather.
I don't doubt it. Who controls the Kings?
Whoever it is, I need to bribe them with a couple.
I normally get a notification. I know people are asking. To the best of my knowledge, I have my phone right in front of me. The last 2-minute report has not come out yet. So when it does, we'll
So what do you
tell you what they lied to us about it today.
You think the DeJounte's play at the end is going to be on there? The offensive foul, non-call.
He extended his arm.
Mm-hmm.
That to me that's the foul.
Mm-hmm.
When if you drop your shoulder and you tuck, like, hey, maybe it doesn't get called. He extended his arm. That's the call to me. So I'm gonna ask you, the Trey shot that Mike challenged, the foul. I think it was Keegan. I can't remember who it was. Kevin Huerter. Should that have been an offensive foul? Because
no.
they overturned the call
mm-hmm.
and side out of bounds or whatever, but it was I'm using the buzz term, unnatural shooting motion.
Mm-hmm.
Should that have been an offensive foul?
No, because he didn't shoot the ball. He passed it.
Okay.
That's how the Hawks got the ball back.
Okay.
So
I mean, he was going up.
He was going up.
Elbow went up with him.
The one they reviewed, right?
Yeah, the one that got overturned.
So he ended up passing it.
No, I understand that. I'm saying just he was going up. He ultimately passed it, but his elbow, didn't it hit Kevin Huerter in the face?
I'll have to look at it again. I don't
pull
want
up
to
the tape.
I don't want to
Just
say
it.
anything until I look at it.
Pull up the
again.
tape, Kenny. Watch the tape. I don't think I said this yesterday. I just don't believe the NBA is going to acknowledge that they got the determining play in the Kings game. That was a hell of a play by DeJounte Murray.
It was. I hated it had to be him, but man, that was a big time play.
It was a hell of a play. I hate that he got De'Aaron like that, but I thought De'Aaron played it perfectly. As perfectly as you can recover in that situation, I think he did. And there is absolutely no chance in that situation De'Aaron would attempt a flop. No. He would guard that play the best that he can.
Mm-hmm.
And DeJounte pushed him away.
Yeah, that was offensive foul.
I don't think the NBA will acknowledge it.
I talked about this on the latest episode of J Street Vibes, and I talk about it all the time.
Is that available now wherever you get podcasts
wherever
from?
you get podcasts from.
Terrific.
I talk about it.
Probably talk about that a lot more than we do. It's a great podcast.
Should hear it. Well, thing on here.
Well, then we'd miss never mind. Never mind. Sorry.
You better be careful, pal.
I know. My bad.
But I mean, these referees, I mean, they should have to talk. Like, I'm sick of the 2-minute report. I'm sick of pool reporters and all this other stuff.
And that pool report stuff, because one popped up yesterday regarding regarding the Bucks game. Apparently something happened. It's so fake. Like, it's not this doesn't help.
No.
This does nothing. These referees throw a referee out there like you would a coach, like you would a player, and make them answer questions. They're a part of the game too.
Simple as that.
Make them answer. They get to prep and plan, and it gets condensed, and they get this chance to rehearse it. Like, that's trash. These players don't get to. These coaches don't get to. These officials shouldn't get to.
I agree. I think they should be talking. And I said this. I don't know if other people feel this way, but I would be able to accept a lot more than a last 2-minute report, like a nameless last 2-minute report or whatever, if a referee got in front of a camera after seeing a missed call and be like, you know what, I missed it. I missed the call.
I'm sorry.
I missed it.
I just had a vision of when the officials explain the review. It was just one pressing the button going, whoops, and turning around and walking away. My bad.
Yeah, just if my favorite reporter, I forgot her name, or my favorite referee, I forgot her name. Somebody I
you
didn't
like
know
her
her
so
name.
much you forgot her name.
Well, I didn't know her name, and then somebody said her name in my comments, but she was there last night. She was the lady with the long curly hair. Ashley Moyer. I'm not gonna mess up her last name, but Ashley, Ref Ashley.
What was Moyer? Her middle name?
She's she's married. Like
oh,
Moyer
okay.
or something.
She got the two names.
Yeah, Moyer, Gleek, maybe. I don't know. But Ref Ashley.
Okay, Ref Ashley. I like that.
I think she's a good referee. She made some suspect calls at the end of the game last night or whatever, but I think in general, every time that I've seen her, she's been a good referee. If she got in front of the camera at the end of the game last night and said, we missed that. DeJounte, he extended the arm a little bit. The vantage point that I have, I didn't see that. I missed it. And, I missed the call.
But then what? Like you just keep it moving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, like if you're gonna have a 2-minute report, like it's got to be all or nothing, in my opinion. Either walk away and move on with life, don't talk to reporters, don't have a last 2-minute report and do it that way, or have the last 2-minute report and have these referees be able to speak. But the combination of the two, like they can't speak, but we have a last 2-minute report, that doesn't work. Like that's trash. So, yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 as well. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. We hope if you're listening, you'll hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe buttons. Also, really important for helping this channel grow, expand, helping people find out about D-Lo and Casey. You can also find us on Facebook Live. Search ESPN 1320. Like us there, and you can watch the program in beautiful 1080 high definition. Yeah. The DeJounte Murray steal and the DeJounte Murray foul that wasn't called isn't the reason the Kings lost the game, though.
No.
Kings lost because they just let anyone who wanted to get to the basket get there. And it was frustrating listening to Katie and Kyle talk about how, Atlanta's not a big-time three-point shooting team. They're not a consistent three-point shooting team, and they hit the same exact amount of threes the Kings did last night.
Yeah, I mean they were hitting. The other thing about that Hawks team last night is I felt like you got a night where Trae Young, and I know you don't like him. I'm starting to not be a big fan of him myself, but he didn't seem interested in playing last night.
Well, the regular season's boring.
Well, there's that.
He's good. Like I'm not questioning whether Trae Young is good. I just feel like his act is getting a lot.
Yeah, but to your point though, I don't even think he was on full display last night. He shot the ball 12 times. I don't think so either. Like I thought he was disinterested.
That ain't my problem though.
No. Well, I say that to say you had an opportunity to win that game without Trae trying to go full ice Trae. And you let him off the hook. And they, even throughout the game, like I didn't, think the Kings played great or whatever. You got to the point where you did what you do, especially at home. Came back, you took the lead late in the game. You handled business when you needed to. And then you let them off the hook again. And that's frustrating. That's a tough loss because of that alone for me. Like, you know how I feel. Like the game itself, like the whole 48 minutes or whatever, that's whatever. Teams are going to play good. Atlanta is a desperate team, like you mentioned. So, they were going to come out saying, hey, we got to get this at all costs.
And I don't think they were. Like, I don't think that's how they played. I don't think they played like we got to come out. Either they didn't play like we've got to come out there and get this at all costs, or they're just not that good. It's one of the two, because I'm watching them last night. We went into the fourth quarter with the game where it was the Kings have not looked like they have not looked like the team that has that killer instinct last night. But literally 2.5 hours, 3 hours after I put together an Instagram reel at D-Lo and KC. Shout out to everybody who followed yesterday.
Yeah.
Go follow now on Instagram at D-Lo and KC. where you and I are discussing this team and the confidence that they've built, knowing if the game is close, they can win it.
Mhm.
I thought the Kings were on the verge a couple of times of making a run, taking the lead, and then, you know, kind of maybe not putting them away, but playing from the front. It felt like for they couldn't get closer than 4 forever.
Mhm.
And then when they did, that's when the run happened. It was the Fox dunk with 2 minutes left that I thought, this is it. No matter what, this is it. The crowd is too up. The team is too up after that De'Aaron Fox play. They're not losing this game. And they made plays the rest of the way. But all of the plays that they made were on the offensive end. They didn't make any on the defensive end.
Well, yeah, I mean, to that point, I mean, the Hawks shot throughout the game. I mean, it's semantics whether we thought they played good or not. They shot 54% for the game. They were doing enough.
Atlanta did?
Yeah. They're doing enough over the course of a game to make shots, whether it was the Kings letting them make shots.
I just didn't feel like they had that urgency. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I thought Bogey, John Collins, and DeAndre Hunter played really good last night. I thought those guys stepped up for Trey not showing up for most of the game or whatever was going on with that. I thought those 3 guys, Bogey in the first half, I think he had 14 in the first half. I think he had 17 for the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
But in the first half, he was cooking.
Damn, I didn't realize 14 of those came in the first half.
I'm pretty sure it was. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure. DeAndre Hunter in that third quarter, he was getting buckets. He was getting buckets in the third. And John Collins pretty much all game from the start.
Yeah.
Like he was
John
playing
Collins
really well.
He hit a lot of, we talk a lot about timely baskets. I mean, none of those guys, no one had it. Like the leading scorer, well, the leading scorer for Atlanta, it was 22.
Mm-hmm.
Like DeAndre and John Collins had 22. DeJounte and Trey had 21. But we talk about timely baskets. Man, it felt like John Collins hit baskets. Like when the Kings, like, okay, there's something here. There's something here. Okay, 4 points now. John Collins.
Yeah.
Bucket.
And that guy, DeJounte Murray, in the fourth quarter, he hit some big shots as well, even before the Fox steal. Bogey only had 11 in the first half. I don't know where I got 14 from, but 11 in the first half, 17 for the game.
It's not the most egregious mistake in the world. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But it's still, he had a big first half.
Yeah, man. So yeah, that was frustrating to see. That was frustrating to see because they felt like they were there to handle business like they have in close games this entire season.
And how many times would we exit a game or look at a box score or come in the next day and talk about free throws and see 25 of 27 and go, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. 25 of 27, that's 92%. Come on, let's go. That's winning basketball.
Yeah.
And those 2 misses. And I know no one is more upset about the 2 misses than the guy who missed them. But man, that was tough.
That was really tough. And then, the way he missed it, I mean,
particularly the second one.
Yeah, the second one, man. I mean, there's not a whole lot more that you could do if you were Domantas Sabonis at the line right there, and it just didn't fall for him.
There's a lot of people unhappy about your hat choice today, by the way.
I mean, it's over and done at this point. Now we need Atlanta to handle business on Friday.
It is an Atlanta Braves hat, by the way. It's not an Atlanta Hawks hat. You would never wear an Atlanta Hawks hat.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't wear basketball hats.
Nah, it's not really my bag. I've seen a couple that are cool. Like, oh, that's a nice hat.
There's some really nice Kings hats out there.
There are.
I don't wear hats, but there's some really Kings merch is some of that stuff that I was at the team store.
Yeah.
Man, get me. I don't own any team merch. But man, I was like, whew, okay. I could rock this.
I gotta get some new Kings merch, man. I gotta get some new Kings merch.
I really like the gray. The gray's dope.
I like the gray, but like I keep saying, Olivia's she's all in my head now. I can't get anybody, that's younger than me.
Hey,
so I'm looking for throwbacks.
That's everyone. Like you'll never be able to get a current player again if you abide by Olivia's rule.
I know.
Unless Andre Miller is in the league somewhere, maybe you could
Tom Brady.
Beat
and get a Tom Brady jersey.
Might be able to get Udonis Haslem too.
Udonis Haslem. There you go. Like you're older than LeBron.
A year older than
Yeah.
LeBron. I think
He's 38.
Yeah.
He just turned
He
38.
just turned 38. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
39. Yeah.
Hey, you can go get a 5 if you want. It's all right. You can go get a gray if you want to.
But what if he yeah.
You just said De'Aaron Fox and Rousseau are going to be here forever.
They are.
Go get you a number 5.
I might get a 5. I don't think I would get a gray one though.
Man, those grays are not. I was watching like, man, these grays are really nice. And I started thinking about the cool grays. I was like, oh,
good look.
There's someone out there who is just killing a gray look right now with the cool grays in that jersey.
Have you seen those they're just random memes. Maybe just you've seen them, but like the Dallas Cowboy fan starter kit. It's like the blue 13s,
Yeah.
jorts and a 88 jersey.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's crazy how accurate that one is.
You just described John Cena in like 2006.
What would the Kings fan starter kit be? A Jason Williams jersey.
Jay Will. Yeah.
With some what Jordans?
Or a Mike.
Or a Mike. Mike.
Yeah, I think Mike's more. Yeah, number 10. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. It's close though. What Jordans would they be? Oh,
it might be those 13s,
there's some,
the black and purple 13s. Maybe those.
Okay. Yep. I have one pair. I actually
it says the purple 3s. Might be those.
Purple 3s are dope. There's a purple. I think they're
Kings fan starter.
I've seen fans wearing the ones like purple and black and something like that. I've seen those a lot.
Yeah, there you go. And a side of desperation.
Joseph says Jay Will.
That's a good call. That Jay Will slam shirt.
Jay Will slam shirt.
That's a good call.
Great 5s.
That's the starter kit. But with what though? Kings fans ain't wearing jorts.
No, probably just blue jeans. Maybe black jeans. Black jeans, yeah. It had to be black jeans.
Just trying to think about the arena.
Mark Wong says J-Dub 55 with saggy cargo shorts.
Oh, the saggy cargo shorts. There you go. There you go. That could work.
The Kings fan starter kit.
Put the meme together. This is the Ramsey Kings fan starter kit with the straight leg sweats. Who's still, besides Ramsey, does anybody still wear sweats that don't have elastic at the bottom? Besides Ramsey.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't know what Ramsey's doing out here.
I mean, they out there though. They talk about that honor to gift stuff. Like I got honor to gifts, hoodies and sweaters. I ain't got one honor to gift.
What if you were like Ramsey and you had non-elastic sweats on today?
That's right. Here's the thing. I wouldn't be. I lived that life a long time ago. I ain't going back.
You the only way is you got to
step on them, they drag.
Yeah, and then the back of your shoes are dirty and wet.
It's terrible.
It's trash. It really is. Ramsey, do better.
Ramsey just ain't found the right fit. That's all it is.
They say Tyrese does, but Tyrese is a little different. Malik is a little different, I think, because they flood. The pants
they wear high. Yeah. I still hate it. I don't like it on Malik. I don't like it on Tyrese. I don't like it on any. I don't like it on Russ. I don't like it on any NBA player.
No, not a fan.
I like Russ wearing a kilt more than I like them baggy pants. You think you can pull that off?
Yeah.
A kilt and a blazer?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was like, that looks dope. Yeah. You'd have to have the perfect blazer to go with it.
Perfect blazer, perfect shoes.
Perfect shoes, too. Those guys always wear boots, man. I ain't wearing boots. What's my best sneaker for this?
See, the sneaker might look a little rough.
See, when them dudes wore the shorts to the finals.
Yeah, the suit shorts?
The suit shorts, yeah. They had them boots that went up to like their calves.
Yeah, LeBron did it right.
Can't do it.
LeBron had the socks and the boots.
Can't do it.
Trey Young tried to do it.
Can't do it.
And he had just like
he looked ridiculous.
He had the Achilles all out with the loafers. That didn't look
I don't like the way that you said that, but
the Achilles with the loafers.
You kind of like put your nose up at it, and I don't like that.
Well, your Achilles isn't really out. Like there's a certain level to your shoe. Those aren't loafers though. Loafers are like
loafers.
the heel and Achilles out with the loafers. Oh, I'll let some Achilles show.
Oh yeah, I saw you.
Yeah, I'll let some Achilles
with
show.
that LV belt. I saw you. I'd let my Achilles show too if I had that Louis Vuitton belt. I'm looking around Ryan's baby shower like, God damn, I don't think we brought the right gift. There's Louis Vuitton. And people ain't gonna say who. But people were turning themselves up. Oh, I need a new bag. That's a coochie bag. I need a new bag.
Wow. So you're saying she's one of those people that they sell to?
She's one of those people that they sell to. Indeed, she is. I was like, man, we better take this back and get them something else because
that was the first baby shower I've been to. I was on the water.
That's right. That's right. It was a baby shower on the water.
Man.
Yeah. Kenny's whole backyard just had this massive pool, and it's like y'all should see Kenny's spot, man. It is crazy.
That wasn't my
Kenny's
spot.
spot's the only place with a parking lot. Had a valet out front. Man, y'all don't know. KC be living that life.
It wasn't even my spot.
Did you text Mark Jones last night?
I didn't tell you. He wasn't on the game.
I was just asking.
He was in Toronto.
We'll come back.
Did you see the score of that game at like halftime?
I don't think I did.
Like 36-32.
Oh, goodness gracious. I saw the end of the Warriors game, though.
Oh, that was crazy.
That was insane. We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball. We'll talk more Kings. I do want to talk football, though. Talk 49ers football, talk this weekend. And there's a couple of other NFL storylines I've had my eye on that I kind of jotted down on Sunday that I want to bring back here.
I got one too.
The final week
I
of the
got
season
one
gets
too.
underway. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that when Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, are they ready for the 13th round, man? Something must be buzzing.
Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot to talk about, but I got something I can talk about. Now, give me a second. Let me get all right. Let me get over here. All right. 3, 2. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. I'm not wearing my watch today, but you know what it is. You know the vibes, man. Shout out to Meister. Shout out to my man Ryan. Shout out to Jovan, the plug. Big ups to my man. Don is dope. The dope ones, big ups to them doing what they do. And always shout out to Jordan Brand, man. Always showing love for supporting what we do over here. Fight weekend. It is Tank Davis fight weekend, and we weren't sure we were going to get here because Tank had his, domestic violence situation, arrest, whatever you want to call it. He had that go on not that long ago, and this fight was definitely in jeopardy. But after the mother of Devontae's child came out, said what she said, I don't know if charges were dropped or what, but the fight is going on. Gervonta Davis going up against Hector Garcia, and Hector Garcia is a good fighter. He's a good fighter. I wouldn't say he's like world class or he's some type of contender, but he's no pushover. So I look at this situation where Tank is going to have to be ready to bite down and fight a little bit. But it's the same thing every time Tank Davis gets in the ring. If you ask me, it's real simple. If you can hurt Tank Davis, you got an opportunity to beat him. Because he's going to be there to be hit a few times. But if he is fighting you and he starts to take some of your best punches and he feels your power and he says, I can eat this. I can take that. It's over. It's absolutely over. Because then he will walk you down and he will get his shots off. Gervonta is the type of guy where I'll take a punch to get my punch off. So if he feels like he can take your punch, he's going to get you. And that's the situation this weekend and every weekend every time you see a Tank Davis fight. Can Hector Garcia make him blink a little bit, make him respect his power? Because if he can't, I'm going to tell you right now, Tank with a KO in 7. and that's the 13th round.
You see Jalen Duren had 18 points, 11 rebounds, and he shot like perfect from the field or whatever, which is probably all dunks, but
damn. Jalen Duren, he next.
He is.
He is next. He's next.
He's got that raw athleticism. They just got to shape and he'll be a monster.
Right. Right. I didn't see that CV. I didn't see him signing with the PFL. I don't know if he contractually can do that. I know he's got a well, maybe he can do whatever he wants. But he's got a contract with Showtime. So I don't know how that works.
PFL, is that ESPN's thing?
I think it is. Yeah. I think that is PFL because that's where Clarissa Shields was fighting, I think. So and I think she's got a deal with Showtime or something like that. So maybe you can still do it. Boots is next, bro. Boots is next. I'll tell you that right now. Boots is next. You know, I don't really, especially pay-per-view, I don't really trip off boxing cards. This is just me. I know a lot of people like that, but especially when you talk about pay-per-view and usually people are doing like fight parties and all this other stuff. I don't care about the second and third fights on the card. Like I'm not there for that. I didn't pay $40, $50 for those fights. I really don't care. It's all about the main event. It's all it ever is about. People, UFC, they stack the card. Like, I don't care. That's just me. I know a lot of people feel differently. I care less about a stacked card. The main event is all that matters to me. But I am glad to see Boots on there. This guy. Jay Hardaway a fool for that, man. Come on, man.
I still see Rolly's clips and stuff, and he cracks me up every time. Oh, I kicked his ass.
I do too, Shadow man, but that's what the Showtimes and the top ranked cards on regular TV. That's what that's for, man. That's where I want to see those up and comers. I don't like to a certain degree, and that they're doing this so Boots can get a little bit of a rub from the Take fan base. But, I want to see Boots in this on main event, his own card on Showtime. Oh, my gosh. Don't get me started on Nico Ali. I'm so sick and tired of him.
Oh, man. Me too, bro.
Damien, have you seen Nico Ali? In all seriousness?
I
know who that is, right?
I do not.
That's Ali's grandson.
Oh, you told me.
And they
told me.
They hyped this guy up. And he's like on his third professional fight.
Said it was kind of fraudulent.
Jesse, you've seen him. What you think, man? I think when he gets in with a real fighter, he's going to get slapped. But he shouldn't be in with like a dope fighter now. He's only fought like 4 times. Why is this guy on TV?
Yeah, that's a marketing job right there.
Okay. Sorry to be the guy to point out Conor McGregor had 0 fights and he was in the ring with arguably the greatest fighter of all time.
Conor McGregor, don't get me started on that guy, but he was still a star. Nico Ali is not.
Is using a name.
I don't even want to, I don't know if he's using, I think he wants to be a legit fighter, but come on, man. You don't need to, put him on ESPN Plus. We don't need to see, you guys don't want to miss Nico Ali. Get some cab driver. I don't know, man. Get your money, Nico. I ain't mad at you.
Tom Pelissero tweeted this a few moments ago. Do the Buffalo Bills feel ready to play a football game in 3 days? Josh Allen? I do. Sean McDermott? I do as well. Both say Damar Hamlin's improvement and his father saying Damar would want them to get back to focusing on their goals have helped. There was a report today from the doctors that Damar was able to communicate through writing and he asked who won the game. So if there's any question about whether his neurological function is working, his first order of business was who won the game. So, we did speculate early in the week whether we would see football this weekend, and we thought a lot of that would be predicated on how DeMar was doing.
Mhm.
And again, all signs, all reports today, official reports from the hospital, from the doctors who are working on him, say things are very, very, very positive and moving in the right direction. Doesn't mean the road to recovery is going to be short. It just means the road to recovery is off to a really good start.
Do you think if there had been, I'll just say like no real update, nothing bad, but nothing like we have right now, they'd play on Sunday?
I can't imagine, like, because I think Buffalo is setting the stage for everybody else.
Mhm.
And if for those reasons that you just laid out, and DeMar's dad wasn't able to talk to them, and all of the things that are happening, that have happened over the last few days, those things aren't happening. I don't envision that exchange goes the same way with Josh Allen and Sean McDermott. I just don't.
Mm.
And I feel in my head the rest of the league follow suits. I recognize that is incredibly naive of me, but in my head, that's how it goes. They follow the Buffalo Bills. And the fact that Josh Allen, I guarantee you, those dudes in New York just breathed a massive sigh of relief, because I think they're looking at this as if Buffalo can play, and if Josh Allen says they can play, and Sean McDermott says they'll be ready to play in 3 days, everybody else can play football too.
Mm. Yeah.
That was essentially what the Buffalo Bills just did right there, is they gave the NFL the go ahead with Josh Allen and Sean McDermott.
Wow.
Which is fine. If Buffalo's ready to play football.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Can we touch on two quick things before we get to the 49ers?
Okay.
We'll get more to the Kings. Just got confirmation from Matt George. He's feeling better. He's going to be with us. First time we've seen Matt in a couple of weeks. He'll be with us coming up at 3:20. So lots more ahead, much more Kings coverage ahead. Getting back to trying to transition to the discussion of football and the things we see on the field. Should Ron Rivera be fired?
Oh, for sure.
Like Sunday night?
Last Sunday night.
I have respect for Ron Rivera.
Mm.
His handling of this quarterback situation in Washington has been absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. Carson Wentz appears to be some sort of cancer everywhere he goes. And Ron Rivera insisted that they kept going back to him for reasons no one understands. You were talking about how Chimezie Metu played and how they've gone away from Chimezie Metu and how they've gone away from Terrence Davis and all these different things. It is far more measurable with Tyler Heinicke and Carson Wentz than it is with Rashawn Holmes and Chimezie Metu.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz stinks. And Ron Rivera's handling of this has been absolutely awful.
It's terrible. It's a fireable offense. And then you go into
I believe the reason he hasn't been fired, by the way, is because this is Washington.
Well,
it's the Durs.
The Durs. And I really believe the only reason Ron Rivera did that was because he was told to. Ron Rivera's a football guy. He's been around locker rooms.
I don't know, man. You're really stalling out, Ron. That he had to go back to Carson Wentz?
Yeah. What other reason would he have?
I don't know. That's why I'm firing him.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
It makes a hell of a lot more sense than Ron Rivera sitting in his coaching room going, you know what? Let's put Carson Wentz back out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that.
I mean, obviously, wouldn't be the first time that Dan Snyder did that. But of course, Dan Snyder's not running the team, so who knows who stepped in there.
The other thing that would get Ron fired, and this may be on him, is him not even knowing the stakes.
It's exactly what David Jackson says there. Ron Rivera did not know the Commanders had been eliminated.
Come on now. Like you had that goes into their whole planning for that game. Like the way you're play calling, the way you're game planning, and you have no idea that your season is on the line. Yeah, he should have been gone last Sunday. Should have been gone last Sunday. I got respect for him. I don't think he's like a bad coach or anything.
I don't think
like
he
that,
is either.
But I mean, you can't be at this place anymore. If I'm a Commander, if I'm a Durs fan, if I'm a Durs fan, or I'll run the team. You can't be here anymore.
One more question before we get to the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
The Harbaugh rumors have started again.
Mm.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Every year, immediately following Michigan's loss, Harbaugh to the NFL rumors start. So I ask you today on January 5th, 2023, is Harbaugh coaching in the NFL
next
October?
Season? Yeah,
September.
I think he is. I think he's gone from Michigan.
Okay.
I think he wanted to go last year, didn't work out, came back. Everything was good for the time being.
Apparently, the Panthers are already talking to him.
Yeah. We need to talk to Sheena.
Yes, we do.
We need to talk to Sheena.
Let's get her on FaceTime.
We got to talk to Sheena, man.
I don't know if she might not have time for us anymore.
She's so
like
big
she,
time.
she,
But that's what I'm saying. The Panthers didn't get into the playoffs, so maybe she got a little more time now.
Yeah, there you go.
So maybe we'll talk to her before wild card.
I'm hoping Harbaugh goes to the Carolina Panthers just so we can get her on the show.
Look, if Harbaugh goes to the Carolina Panthers, she talks about like how Baker Mayfield would get sassy.
Oh yeah.
Sheena versus Jim Harbaugh.
Oh man. I'm gonna apply for a press credential for the Carolina Panthers just so I could be a part of that. Yeah, just so I could be a part of that. Okay. Again, it happens every year. We'll see what happens with Harbaugh next. Let's get into your 49ers.
Yeah,
now,
man.
Who are currently in the second seed in the NFC and have the opportunity to be the number one. I'll go back to our conversation with Kyle Madsen when we talked about who's the best team in the NFL versus who's the team that's playing the best. And are they different?
Mm-hmm.
And there was, yeah, sure, they can be different. The San Francisco 49ers are playing the best football in the NFC. They might be playing the best football in the entire NFL. I think they're better than Philadelphia right now, especially since I don't believe Jalen Hurts is going into this postseason healthy.
No, they're the best team.
Or any semblance of healthy. Obviously, he's not healthy, but like any form of healthy.
They're the best team in the NFC, and you can make an argument they're the best team in football. We didn't do power rankings this weekend, but I would put the Chiefs up there at number one. I'm still having the Chiefs. But the 49ers are right there at number two.
Mm-hmm.
They're the best team in the NFC. And what we saw on Sunday from Philadelphia kind of proves that. Like the thing about it is, anybody who disagrees will be like, oh, well, they're playing without Jalen Hurts. Excuse me? Who are the 49ers playing without?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't skipped
Trey
a beat.
Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Debo.
Yeah, Debo.
Emmanuel Mosley.
Mm-hmm.
Like they hadn't skipped a beat. Dre Greenlaw got hurt in that game. So, yeah, 49ers are the best. Now, like I say, every year.
Didn't even mention Elijah Mitchell. Damn shame.
Elijah Mitchell. I'm sorry, Elijah.
I think Elijah's played 2 plays. They were really explosive plays, but it's like, oh man,
he's on his way back too.
Yeah, opened up the practice window for him. I think he's practicing this week. Debo's practicing. That doesn't mean either one of them are playing against the Cardinals, but I think Dre Greenlaw missed today's practice.
Yeah, so did Javon.
Because he's sick.
Too.
Yeah,
Javon Kinlaw.
Oh, Javon Kinlaw. That's actually who I was thinking of.
It's another starter that hadn't been there all year. But yeah, I mean, I say it every year though. Doesn't mean that they're going to win the Super Bowl or they're going to win their first playoff game. It's a one-game scenario. Anything could happen in one game. But as of right now, they are either 1 or 2 in anybody's power rankings for the best teams in the NFL.
High Five Material makes an interesting note here. Jalen was in the MVP race, though. Like, I get 49ers missing big pieces, but his point is what Jalen was. So I'm going to take what High Five Material said over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and ask, if I give you everyone back, but you've lost let's say for the last 3 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
Nick Bosa,
Mm.
they still winning?
I think so.
Because Nick Bosa's, I mean, he's the MVP of the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, I think so.
He should probably get votes for the actual MVP.
Right.
Like, he'd never win it because it's a quarterback award.
Right.
They don't call it that, but it is.
Unless
but-
it's Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson win it that year?
Adrian Peterson did win it that year, which was mind-boggling because Peyton Manning's season was insane. And they gave it to Adrian Peterson.
Yeah.
I mean, Adrian Peterson's season was insane. And both of them, I think, were coming back from injury.
Jeez. That's crazy. That's crazy. That was 2012?
You know, I don't remember. I have no idea what year it was.
I think AP got that MVP though, because wasn't Christian Ponder's quarterback too?
Oh, yeah.
Christian Ponder was his.
Yeah, like AP
that's
put
right.
the team on his back that year.
Wow. He really did. He
2,000
really did.
yards. Fell short of the record, but
Yeah.
2,000 yards.
But I also say that there should be I hope people have cast their vote, because I think Kyle Shanahan is taking over Nick Sirianni as your coach of the year.
Okay, I'll let you make your argument, but I'm afraid a lot of people have probably already cast their vote.
They better get it back.
I think a
They
lot
better
of them
get
have
it back.
cast their vote.
Nick Sirianni, they can't function without their QB1.
It's Jalen, yeah.
Can't function. Kyle Shanahan is on the last pick of the draft,
Do you think
and they look better.
if and it's only one chip, I think, right? Philadelphia losing and the 49ers winning. Obviously, the 49ers need to take care of business. But do you think if they're the 1 seed, Kyle Shanahan wins Coach of the Year?
If the votes aren't already, like, if people can
I
get their
don't
votes
think the
back.
votes have been cast.
Even if
like
somebody did send in
legitimately
something, like, they
cast.
can, the deadline hasn't come yet. So yeah, he should be Coach of the Year. He should be Coach of the Year regardless.
It's really, I found it weird that they, like, I guess it's, did you have to elect Pro Bowlers like 2 weeks ago?
I don't know.
There was like 4 games left. Why did they announce Pro Bowlers then?
I don't know. I have no
Every
idea.
time Christian McCaffrey touches the ball, it's like, dude, who voted for this? Who said Christian McCaffrey isn't one of the absolute best at his position?
Yeah, he's
ridiculous.
He's a problem out there.
Kyle Shanahan has been tremendous. Brock Purdy has done a great job. Jimmy Garoppolo did a fine job when he was in there. Nick Bosa is the defensive player of the year. But man, this team feels so different to me since Christian McCaffrey got there.
Here's the funny thing about like Coach of the Year, and they talk about Nick Sirianni, and he's done a great job. I'm not disparaging that.
Absolutely.
But he's like so like they started the season, let's just say 12-1. I don't know exactly. 11-1.
Mm-hmm.
And in the final 3 games, he'll be 1-2 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Shanahan started the season 1-2 and finished like 10-0.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does it matter? Like, does it matter? Like, when you talk about, oh, well, look what he's already done. Well, look at what Shanahan has done after his start to the season.
I don't think what happens Saturday and Sunday should have any influence on this. I believe Kyle Shanahan should be Coach of the Year. I don't think he will be, because I just don't think that's how the NFL works. I don't think that's how any of this stuff works. Coach of the Year in the NBA, Coach of the Year in the NFL. I just don't think that's how this stuff works. But Kyle Shanahan, because I think they'll look at the San Francisco 49ers team differently. They'll look at the fact that he has the defensive player of the year, and they'll completely ignore the fact that he's on his third quarterback, who was the last selection in the draft.
I'm sorry. I looked at the chat. And Ramsey, Shanahan is nowhere close.
I don't even know why you pay attention to Ramsey when it comes
I do.
Like,
that was like the first thing that caught my eye.
Brian DeBall is a fine coach.
He said,
"What are you talking about?"
Brian DeBall or Nick Sirianni.
To me, it's Nick Sirianni and it's Kyle. That's it. Brian DeBall is not the coach of the year.
No.
Done a fantastic job. A fantastic
Yes.
job of
Yes.
getting that team. Like there's nope, the you got 3 NFC East teams in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a tremendous job
Yeah.
by and they've already clinched. Like they're in. The Giants are in. It's a great job. He's not coach of the year. He's absolutely not coach of the year. It's Nick Sirianni or it's Kyle Shanahan.
That's it. And I think it should be Kyle Shanahan. And if they gave it to Sirianni, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Like
there's no beef with that.
Yeah,
it's not.
He's done a great job as well, and it's not his fault that he lost, his best player. So I don't have any issue with that. And then the other thing about it, I know it's not the NBA, right, where they got to stay up till 1 a.m., but I think there is something to be said that he's coaching the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, sure. I know what you mean. Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
I think that plays a role in it as well.
Well, I mean, it's the San Francisco 49ers also. But I think part of it is people expect this of Kyle Shanahan. I don't know. When you hire a coach like Nick Sirianni or you hire a coach in New York or whoever you want to put up there, you're just this guy is great. You talk about how great they are. And then if they go out there and they're great, why are you surprised by it? No one's surprised by Kyle Shanahan because he's been around so long. His last name is Shanahan, all of these different things. Like no one's surprised that he's coaching this well. So that like weights against him.
Right.
His third quarterback. Dude has not lost a game since October.
It's crazy, man. And he's made sure those guys stayed on task, galvanized these guys. And you can make the argument they've gotten better. They've gotten better with every quarterback change.
That's wild. That's wild.
That is nuts. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan. They wanted this guy fired after week 2. That was
Who's they?
They.
Who's the, I need to know who they is.
What they are you speaking of, Mr. Brown?
KC's just talking to TC. Let's call it what it is.
No, what do you say? They. What they are you speaking of? They said they would kill my family. The leader of the CMB is the educated brother in the back, Kareem Akbar. He's the real leader of the CMB.
I love
what they do you speak of?
I love when because I can see it happening. Like I can see the moment happening where you're launching into a scene.
I tried to get out. They told me they'd kill my family.
Mm-hmm.
What they? But 49ers. Unless you had something to say.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, are you still rooting for your Detroit Lions?
So the funny thing is, I'm thinking about this whole situation. Shout out to my man, Coach Chris, because he's a big Lions fan. It would be awesome for him to have that experience. But with the Niners, if they win, being at least the 2 seed, that begs the question: who would I rather face in Wild Card Weekend? And you've got the Seahawks, the Packers, or the Lions. The answer is I'd kind of rather face the Giants.
I was going to say there's a scenario where it's the Giants.
Well, the Giants can't get in. They can't get to 7, can
they? No, because of the tie.
Yeah,
you're right.
So they're locked into 6.
Yeah, they are.
Kind of was 3rd, and we can face the Giants. But whatever. If I had to choose, it would clear and away be the Seahawks. I'm not even worried about like facing the team for the 3rd time here. They're so much better than the Seahawks. They beat the brakes off them. Back at Levi's, yeah, I'd want the Seahawks. Okay. And I think the only way that happens is Seattle beats the Rams, which they probably will do, but the Lions have to beat the Packers, which could happen.
Can Dallas get the 1? They split with Philly.
They can. The Niners and Philly would have to lose.
Right.
And they'd have to win.
The 49ers can't finish lower than 3rd.
Right. Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah, if I had to choose, I'd want Seattle.
I just don't feel like you should proclaim what team you want to play.
Well, I mean,
then if you lose, it's a tough look.
Well, I mean, look, I just got done saying it's a 1-game situation. It's whatever. Like anything could happen. Anything could happen. They could play the damn Texans and they might lose. Anything could happen. So it's not no guarantee no matter who you play. But for the sake of what we do, I'll ask the question and I'll answer it. I'd rather play the Seattle if I had to choose. But But all three of those teams, to be honest with you, I'm not even saying that they all pose their own individual problems. I think the Lions have the best offense.
Is the team you want to see the least the Packers?
Probably so. Probably so. Like how
I would be sick if the Packers got in.
How I should feel about the Seahawks and like playing them a bunch of times.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about the Packers.
Because the Packers, at some point, Aaron Rodgers has to beat the San Francisco 49ers.
Right. I don't want to see the Packers.
I don't want Aaron Rodgers to have this moment. I am approaching this weekend strictly as a hater and nothing more. I do not want Aaron Rodgers to have this moment where he that team wins a bunch of games to close out the season and to make the playoffs.
Damn.
And it's the Detroit Lions that can keep him out.
Lions can do it. Now, see and we'll gotta go to break.
5 wins in a row.
They
do it.
We got time. I want to know what you think about how the NFL handled the schedule, like aside from all the other stuff, just the TV aspect of it. They kind of bungled it a little bit.
Oh, I'm curious to hear that. We'll dive back into the Sacramento Kings as well and everything else that happened in the NBA when we return here. Plus, Matt George coming up in the final hour of the show on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Should go to the vending machine.
You don't do that. You brought your snacks.
Do it, Kenny. Go.
Don't do it.
All gone.
There's some. They just stocked it, I think.
Bro, I'm surviving on 50-calorie juice, man. You could survive on those snacks you brought. Don't do it.
I ain't doing it.
Don't do it. Stay strong.
You're saying I should. But see, here's the thing. I always say, like, I'm not going to give up this stuff for good.
Kenny, the vending machine man just bought his kids Christmas presents. He needs money.
Well, it means he's good now. He's good. But yeah, like I said, I'll run an extra 20 miles to eat them damn farmhouse chocolate chip cookies. I'm gonna do that. I really think the biggest thing for me was that coffee. That was just a killer. That was over the edge.
Okay. It wasn't coffee, but sure. Sure.
That was over.
It was your morning. Well, man, I almost had a.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
Oh, glad I caught that one. That would have been tough.
I think I know where he was going.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Hey, shout out to Will. He said his Lions are coming.
No, let's go. Shoot. I hope so.
Hey, man.
Speaking of,
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
Can't escape it.
Oh man.
I think no matter what happens, even if they're eliminated before, I think the Lions are winning Sunday night. They got that nothing to lose mentality.
I think they're better than the Packers right now. I think they're better.
Do you guys hit the thumbs up while you're here? I was explaining to somebody as that game was winding down last night. This is the difference between what happens in the next 30 seconds is the difference between 1,500 people watching the show and 3,500 people watching the show. Kings heard us. They heard us, but still hit the thumbs up. Packers are being overrated. Well, no, I mean, high five. The Packers are playing well. I think that's the thing. And the fact is, if they win, they're in.
Well, the crazy thing about it, they're not even playing that well.
They really aren't.
Their defense is playing good. I don't think Rodgers had like 150 yards passing on Sunday. Something crazy.
But they won.
They won. They feel good about themselves.
Yeah, I hear you, Lake Show. Yeah, trust Dan Campbell. Yeah, why not?
Did you see?
Appreciate you, Ashton, man. Thank you, brother. We here, man, every day, win or lose.
Much love, bro.
Game or not, man, we here Monday through Friday, 4 hours, man. We got you.
Did you hear LaShawn McCoy passionately like upset and baffled as to why people think the Niners are the best team in football.
No.
He's like, they ain't playing nobody. Sounded like Rob W.
Oh, jeez.
LaShawn McCoy's been a
Rob
little hot
W
takey
ain't
too,
bothered
though.
nobody. Rob W just minding his own business.
The Eagles are a really good team. The
Do
thing
you still think the Cowboys are a really good team?
I think they're a good team.
Okay.
I think they're a dangerous team. Like they have the ability to go on a run, but Dak keeps throwing the ball all over the place. And that defense is
They look a little different.
what we
I
thought.
wonder, like, part of me wonders, like, are they just trying to get through these last few
Maybe.
weeks? Because they know this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Their season, their success is going to be measured on how many playoff games they win.
The crazy thing about it, if I was a Cowboy fan, I would be. I mean, hell, I'm a Niners fan, and I'm nervous about round one. Like it doesn't matter. It's just what the football playoffs are. But if I was a Cowboy fan, I'd be nervous about that Tampa Bay matchup.
I was going to ask right now, you think Brady can go on a little run?
Man, I don't know if he can go on a run, but I think he can win one game.
He's been picking it up the last couple games. Last game he did. I know that. But
He's been picking it up. They got the defense is getting healthier. The offensive line is getting healthier. I think they can win one game. They'd have to go on the road for the rest of them. I don't think he could do that. But man,
imagine
one
if
more time.
Yeah, imagine if he at least gets back to the NFC Championship.
That's amazing.
If
Brady to Rodgers stuff Brady to Rodgers, Jesus. That Brady to Las Vegas stuff is really loud.
It is. Jason Jones was talking about it last night.
Yeah, it is really, really loud. There's a lot of really intriguing storylines headed into the NFL playoffs, one of them being Tom Brady, which we were just discussing a moment ago. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers, what teams could make a run. But you asked the question before the break about the schedule.
Yeah, so it was really about like how they set up the TV games, right? And Lions Packers is Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a possibility that that's for all the marbles.
Mm-hmm.
But the higher probability is that it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because the reason why is for that to be for the seventh and final seed, the Seahawks would have to lose to the Rams.
Right.
They're not going to lose to the Rams. And I think they play them at home. They're not losing at home to the Rams.
Baker playing for something. Well, and that's the thing. Hey, leave Baker alone. Baker's been playing well as a Ram.
Did they play? Did they win last week? No, they got beat up by the Chargers.
Well-ish.
That game was the poor man's version of Niners Raiders. When it comes to like rivalry and throw the windows out the record. Nobody cares about.
Throw the windows out the record.
I mean.
Hey, okay, this is my fault. I get it. This is my fault. I talked Kenny out of going to the vending machine, and now he needs a Snickers. If you want to go grab a Snickers, go ahead. I got
the
you.
records out the
we
window.
knew what you meant. We knew what you meant.
When the Chargers and the Rams play each other, they don't care about each other.
What are the records for those teams?
Chargers.
I can't.
Chargers are like locked into the fifth. They're playing better. They're getting healthier.
I can't.
Who would they play?
I can't.
They play now? the Jags Titans winner. They could go get that. They could go get that.
Yeah.
Especially if it's the Titans.
Kind of rooting for Jacksonville.
I think that would be the better play.
Kind of rooting for Jacksonville.
So that goes to my point, though, right? Like they did that obviously because it's the Packers.
Yeah.
And I've talked about this before. Packers, Lions, NFC. Like NFC's. I think when you talk about ratings and scheduling, it's a bigger conference because of.
Well, so it's Green Bay too.
Green Bay. But
it's one of those teams.
Yeah, one of those teams. Detroit is also kind of one of those teams too,
which is really weird.
But they've been around for. That's what I talk about with like the NFC. Like those NFC teams have been around forever. They should have gone with Titans, Jags, and nobody likes the AFC South less than I do. But that is hands down, regardless of what happens throughout the day, for a playoff spot.
Yep.
And
so do you think people aren't gonna but I think what the NFL is banking on, one, probably the Rams beating the Seahawks. Two, people watching football anyways.
But doesn't that go both ways? Like they're gonna watch it regardless. So
I think you'll get a lot more.
I think you will too.
I think you'll get a lot more with the Packers and
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, and you'll get and then if the Seahawks did lose, you're just riding the hope.
Yeah.
The NFL is legitimately hoping the Rams beat the Seahawks.
And it still is for something, even if the Seahawks win. Because the Packers have to win.
I'd like to see Jacksonville. I mean, like, I don't even their starting quarterback isn't exciting, but Ryan Tannehill. Like, I mean, you've got you could have put the poster. Well, I know that's what I mean. Your starting quarterback's not playing. But even when he was around, it's not the sexiest thing in the world.
No,
so it's like
the Titans are not.
It's like,
CTV.
well, okay, maybe that doesn't really work. But you do get the opportunity to put your poster boy, at least who you told us was your poster boy, for like 4 or 5 years on the main game of the week.
The NBA would have done,
and they decided not to do it.
The NBA would have hyped up Trevor Lawrence.
And what happens though? Why are the Pelicans on Christmas? Ugh. God, they're making us watch Zion over and over and over again. We don't want to watch the Pelicans, NBA. That's how football fans would have reacted if they
we don't say that about the Pelicans.
Not now. Oh, don't act like that wasn't said a couple of years ago.
Zion wasn't playing.
We didn't. It was said though when the Pelicans national TV schedule came out.
Well, yeah, because
why are all these Pelicans games on here?
Well, Zion wasn't playing. So no,
I'm talking about when the schedule came out for this year. We knew Zion was going to play this year.
Yeah, wanted to see Zion.
But people were mad about it.
Yeah, people were mad about something.
So the NFL was like, yeah, we're not going to give you the Trevor Lawrence. We're going to give you Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, man.
Live. And they're doing it just so you could say from the frozen tundra.
Jesse believes Lions win regardless. Whether
I
they're
hope
playing
so.
for something or not.
Because I don't want to deal with Aaron Rodgers winning this game.
And then
either that or I hope.
And then we got to talk for a week. He wins this game. We got to talk for a week. We're gonna be Aaron Rodgers out because Niners Packers. Unless
they're number 1 seed.
They're number 1 seed
or the 3 seed.
Jalen Hurts still hasn't practiced.
Yeah, and neither is Lamar.
Lamar ain't coming back.
Yeah,
and I don't blame him.
Yeah,
but I remember Richard Sherman said it when Jalen got hurt. No pun intended. He was like, "Yo, if he's not back, like if it takes more than a week, it's serious. It's serious." He said he might come back, for the playoffs and do all that, but it's not just, everything's good when he comes back. Like that was the caveat he said. He's like, if it's like 2 weeks or more, it's a real problem. And here we are. He still hasn't practiced yet. So I still think they beat the Giants regardless. Dayball hinted that he might play his starters still, but the Eagles aren't losing that game. I don't think.
Well, they need that bye.
They do.
Like they're going out. They need the bye. Some teams can argue with the one bye. Well, 2 seed, 3 seed. I mean, we're talking home field. Obviously, home field is important. But Philadelphia needs that week off in hopes that Jalen could be ready for them. And it's tough. Like
Philadelphia's leaking oil down the stretch.
It feels like it.
They not only losing Jalen Hurts, but I forgot the guy's name. They lost the offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Like the best in the game or one of the best in the game. And they said since then, now some of that has to do with having Gardner Minshew back there, but they have the talk has been they haven't been able to protect the quarterback.
Gardner Minshew. The NFL wanted Gardner Minshew and Jeff Saturday to be good so bad. They were ready for Gardner Minshew to be good and for Jeff Saturday to be good.
Did you see, speaking of Jeff Saturday, did you see Thibodeau, what he did on Sunday, and then Jeff Saturday talking about, like, I thought that was classless.
I did. Yeah, and it was.
And then Thibodeau responded, and then our guy, Trey Wingo, responded to the Thibodeau thing.
I didn't see what Trey said.
Because Thibodeau said, I don't even know who Jeff Saturday is. So I don't care about what he says. He's like, I didn't know he was hurt though. Like I didn't know he was hurt or whatever, but I don't know who Jeff Saturday is. And Trey was like, he just ran down all of Saturday's accomplishments. He's like, Thibodeau, you would dream of having a career at Saturday. And Saturday got a resume, you know.
Oh,
He
as a
got
player,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That there's no question. As a player and as a TV personality, he's got a great resume. As a player and as a TV personality,
He has no business being a head coach.
none. Absolutely none. And he's I'm sorry, Thibodeau said he didn't know he was hurt. Was he the same guy on the sideline making the sleep motion? That was him. But he didn't know. Okay. So he did the celebration on the field, didn't know that he was hurt, went to the sideline, knew something was off, and did the Steph Curry sleep thing.
Right.
Okay. All right. Sure. You're not full of crap, pal. Not at all.
That I hope. And this is why I say, so I don't mean to put the blame on them. But sometimes he's been a player. They just don't get it all the way around. Like I hope we don't ever see that, right? Can you imagine after what we've I don't want to make like we've endured anything, but you know what we've seen, you know, over the week. They were doing that again ever? Sleep? For real? While somebody's laid out on the field?
It's why this game will never change. They still take glee in that. It says I think it was David J who said earlier this week, football is violent because it's taught to be violent. And it's still, even though it's been masked as something else, it's still celebrated to be violent.
Hey, I seen something this week where there was I think it was like a high schooler maybe or something like that. It was defensive lineman versus offensive lineman. Defensive lineman, it's a high school, I'm pretty sure. Defensive lineman is making a move. They're like doing something, a drill or something like that. Makes a move. Does the Deacon Jones head slap? The Deacon Jones head slap gets past the offensive lineman, gets to the fake quarterback or whatever the case may be. And the coach, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What? So that's the whole point. Like it's coached, it's taught a certain way, all the way down to Friday Night Tykes. And that's why this stuff will never change.
And it's not. That's it. It's not changing. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I did have to pull up my. I still don't have the last 2-minute report.
I looked at it right now.
It's out?
Yeah, NBA says that every call or non-call was correct.
Come on, man.
Wow.
Come on, man.
I told you.
Get your boys over at the NBA,
I told you, man.
Get your boys.
That's 2 games in a row. They won't acknowledge they made a mistake.
Did they have an explanation for DeJounte Murray?
They didn't even tweet out the last 2-minute report this time. I paused because I thought Jesse was going to answer. He's looking it up now. So
I'm gonna keep it real. I don't even know how to read this thing. I just know
it's frustrating to read. Let me see if I wonder if I could just
where do we find
pull up yesterday's. It's on the NBA, like the official NBA page. Expand. I got everyone. Hang on. No, I don't.
Well, while he's looking for that, back to the 13th round live.
What the hell is it? What's today?
The 5th.
Apparently, I'm an idiot because I
CON.
It is.
Conspiracy.
There, I just got the push notification for it. All right, here we go. And I still don't. Did they? Why can't I see the Kings game? I don't see the game.
Hey, man.
Let's try this. Here we go. Kings, that's Kings versus Jazz. Kings versus Hawks. So we what did they say about DeJounte Murray? They said
did they even address it?
Murray.
I'd be surprised.
This doesn't. I think there's a typo in it. Murray goes to, not through Fox's space.
He goes to him, not through him.
Murray goes to, not through Fox's space as they come together at the same spot in transition.
So the arm doesn't matter.
I thought that was the very definition of the push-off.
The arm doesn't matter, I guess.
All right.
Well, like, hey, right or wrong, what are you going to do about it now?
But yeah, like it doesn't matter. It's just, can we do away with these? Can we just do away with these?
I wonder why. Like, I don't know why they do this. And then the NBA, well, I love the NBA, but why there's no common sense in what they do, with some of the stuff. Like, we keep talking about the challenge thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Kings got the challenge right.
Yeah.
And lost the challenge yesterday.
Yeah.
They were penalized. You're going to be penalized one way or another for the mistake of a referee. How does that make sense? We're not saying giving them infinite challenges, but if they get it right on your screw up, they shouldn't be penalized by not being able to challenge another reviewable play later in the game.
Yeah.
That can be fixed by 3 o'clock, by 3:05.
2 minutes.
Oh, Adam Silver got it. Hey, we changed this. I always remember we talked about PTI yesterday. Tony Kornheiser talking about hockey does this all the time. Hockey does this in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
If something isn't right, hey, we changed it now going forward. NBA, oh no, I think we've got to go to the board of competition and have a 2/3 vote.
Is that the NBA's voice? What was that?
Al Pacino now works for the NBA.
Oh man, take these calls down to the street light. That's what they could do. They could take these last 2-minute reports down to the street light.
Have your challenges like you're playing in the hood.
No, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, the chat. I don't know. There's no. It's like now you can't use them to fix a call. You can't use them in the first 3 quarters now.
Right.
Thankfully, Mike didn't have to use his yesterday. Normally, it would have been used on a Sabonis call, like he did the night before. Like he had to use the one on the Sabonis foul the night before.
Yeah, it still didn't get it right.
Thankfully, Thankfully, they had it last night to, well, in the moment, it felt thankfully they had it. The call got overturned, and ultimately it didn't matter since the Kings lost 120-117. But this is the second time. I don't know. I guess I'd love to have a Mike Pereira that we could call of the NBA.
They used to have, we could call. But what's his name used to be on there? Steve Javie, right?
Yeah, Steve Javie. Yeah, just someone we can call and say, so explain to me how a push-off works.
We've been asking for a ref for a long time.
How does this work
on this show? You could be a high school ref, college ref, NBA ref.
I know Rob Carter out there. He a ref. He could come on the show. He
Poor
could explain
Rob Carter.
I met with his referees team once.
I know a lot of refs, so I try not to disparage them. But man, it's ugly out here in the ref world.
NBA officials are having a tough year. And it feels, I don't know why it feels glaring this year, maybe because so much is happening with the Kings, but NBA officiating is having a really, really tough season. I don't know how you're picking teams to go to the finals. I don't know how you're picking officiating teams to go to the finals.
Yeah. Everybody should be red flagged. The NBA officials are like the regular NBA. There is no great team. There is no great. Somebody's got to go.
and you look last night. It sucks and it's frustrating that the Kings lost, but Minnesota beat Portland. Warriors lost at the buzzer to Detroit.
That was crazy.
Sadiq Bey.
It's crazy.
Jordan Poole, Warriors fans' favorite player right now at this point.
So were they just mad at him doing the spin away 3? Is that it, or was he just?
I think there's some residual frustration from the Hawks game, and I think there's also some frustration that he is not playing well.
I thought he had. Well, I hadn't been paying that much attention. I thought he had turned it around since Steph during this.
I don't think
streak.
he has. I mean, I could absolutely be wrong, but I don't think that he has. But one thing did happen last night. That's the Lakers won again. So the Lakers, they've won 3 straight. They're headed into a matchup on Friday against Atlanta. They've got a back-to-back heading into the Golden One Center this weekend. They'll have Friday against the Hawks in Los Angeles, and then they'll be up here on Saturday.
Yeah. Warriors. The Lakers, winning without LeBron, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Absolutely.
Some good stuff. So Kings are going, I'm sure they will.
Dennis Schroeder.
Man, what do you have, 34? 37?
Yeah, Dennis Schroeder and Russ combined for 55, 56, 55.
Yeah. Lakers are right now in this little window of them winning.
That was a weird sentence. Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook combined
Dynamic
for 55.
duo.
Just like Rob Pelinka drew it up.
Like, what? Okay.
They're doing what they're supposed to do against, teams that they should be, they have a better chance of winning against, which is what we would hope.
Did they beat Miami last night?
Yeah, Miami, that's a good win, but they beat Charlotte. They beat Atlanta before. Okay. They beat Orlando, lost to Miami, lost to Dallas, losing to teams that they are better than. But we're hoping that's what the Kings are able to do. And now, that's a game last night that you probably thought they should have won, and they let them off the hook. So I remember back when we were looking at the 15 home games and 19 in the next 19 games, the next 20 games or so, I said I wanted them to go 10-5 in that stretch. I think they played 6 and another one, so they've played 7. I think they're 3-4. They've already lost 4. They got some making up to do. And then I remember I said 10-5, and James was like, I think at worst they need to go 11-4.
Okay, both of y'all need to calm down. Like,
here's what I'll say though. We had talked to Jason about this last night because we looked at the upcoming schedule for the Kings. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, like, if you're who you want to be, you should take care of business.
I understand.
If you're not that, then you're the same sorry Kings of the past that don't need to be saying you should beat this team and that team and that team.
No, there's a middle ground there. Like, because this is the reason I don't like looking at the schedule and talking about the Houstons and some of the teams that are coming up. We saw them come into the Golden One Center after what we all considered a successful 6-game road trip and lose to Charlotte and Washington in a span of 5 days.
That can't happen. It's unacceptable. Like, that's not.
But it
good.
did. Like, it did happen,
and that has people questioning if they're really real or not.
I understand, but then you get the win on against Denver. You beat it. You beat Utah. Like, you get a couple of quality wins there, and it's like, all right, like, okay, we don't have to go overboard with it. They're going to lose games. You said this earlier. They're going to lose 40, maybe close to 40 times this year. And some of those are going to be against Charlotte's, Washington's, Houston's.
They go in that 15 home games. If they go 8-7, that's not good enough.
Okay.
Especially against who you're playing against.
I understand. So what if they go 8-7, but they're still the 5 seed?
You gotta start worrying about the Lakers. You gotta start worrying about the Warriors. You gotta start saying, hey, these teams that are behind you, you had an opportunity to put them away. But
you probably didn't, though. That's my point.
But it's like a game. It's like a game, right? Like, where, all right, yeah, the game is close, but you had an opportunity to put Atlanta away, and you didn't, and you lost. Like, that's how we're gonna look at this thing. You had an opportunity to put the Lakers and the Warriors far in your rear view because nobody was playing good. And you had an opportunity, and you didn't. But now you're going to have to deal with them.
But we just
Phoenix is another one. We just got an opportunity to put them away.
Phoenix is a game below Sacramento. What do you mean put them away?
Put them out in your create space. But now, if you don't do that,
but the way the league is going, all of these teams are just winning. Like, again, we just said the Lakers have won 3 in a row.
I think
no one is going away.
I think somebody and a couple teams are going to create separation. We've already kind of seen it with Dallas. Dallas was down there at 10, and they turned it on, and now they're at 4.
Yes, they're at 4 at 22-16. That's their record. Even though they've won 7 in a row, they're 22-16.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't separated from anything.
So you think it's going to stay like this the whole year?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Well, I don't think so.
I think it's going to stay like this. Maybe not
not
very,
between,
very close to the
not
entire
between
year.
5 and 10. Between 7 and 10, yeah, maybe. Not between 5 and 10. Somebody's going to start playing better basketball. It needs to be the Kings.
Who, like, based on what though? Like, what are you basing that on?
Based on history. Like, it's never like 4 and 10 are never that close.
So if the Clip, so there's the Clippers right there at 6. Like, if Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, we've already acknowledged they're not playing the rest of the slate. Like, they're going to play. Mm-hmm. They're going to make sure they're doing everything they do. They'll play every game when they get to the playoffs. You think they're all of a sudden going to win at a higher clip? Like, what team is going to win at a higher clip? We're talking about what a disaster Phoenix is. Now, Phoenix, you know, even with Devin Booker, it's not like they were lighting the world on fire. They might be closer up to where Denver and Memphis is, but that's a team that's lost how many in a row now? 4?
Yeah.
4 straight?
That was a tough one they lost last night too. I'll give you those 3 teams: the Clippers, the Suns, and the Warriors.
The Warriors are the one that I
think they'll play. The odds say they'll play better.
And substantially better, though, is what we're talking about.
Yeah, because they're only the Warriors only 2 games back.
But what you're saying is creating separation and moving. What you're talking about joining Memphis and Denver up there.
You got an opportunity to do that. Now you can be just like everybody else and be run of the mill and not create separation. You can do that if you're the Kings.
I'm not saying the Kings like don't need to do that. Like I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not. The season isn't over if they don't.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you're making the road harder than it can be if you don't take care of business.
Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10, joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
And Jason Allen, you need to go back. No, I'm not going to do it. I was going to put him in a timeout. I'm not going to do it. You know my guy, Worldwide Woe.
Mm-hmm.
He has his league pass rankings, January 2023. The Kings are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with a 81 ranking. An 81 ranking. And what he does is 1 through 10, he does star power, load management risk. Are they good? So for instance, I'll do the Kings. Star power, they got an 8. Load management risk, they got a 10. Nobody sits for load management with them. Are they good? They got an 8. Are they fun? They got a 10. Drama potential, they got a 10. Villainy, like people hate them, they got a 6. Jerseys get a 7. Do they have a lot of TV timeouts? That gets an 8. I mean, I guess they don't have a lot. Broadcast team gets a 7. Mascot gets a 7. That adds up to 81. Memphis gets a 91. They're at the top.
Okay. What was the Kings number?
11th.
What's up, buddy?
What up?
How you feeling, man?
Queen.
Everybody wants to know what you ate.
Oh, we're still trying to figure it out. It could have been the grilled chicken Caesar salad. It could have been the
bad pizza. Michael Jordan.
No, like for sure, we had pizza in our fridge from like 2 days old, and I like cold pizza, so it never bothers me. So I'll always grab a slice of cold pizza. But that was the last thing I ate before I started feeling like crap. So it could have been that. It could have been the In-N-Out burger I had earlier that day. I got killed.
So you ate all of this stuff in a single day?
Yeah,
could have been that.
Well, that too.
Did you wash it down with some M&Ms and some Fritos and Mountain Dew?
Now you're bullying me, Damian Barling.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. I know you're on the mend. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good. Yeah, it was a second time in my life I've had food poisoning, but definitely the worst out of the 2. It sucked. But I'm good. I'm back.
Good. We're just glad you're better. We haven't seen you in a couple of weeks. We're missing.
I'll ask you, Matt, have you ever had alcohol poisoning?
No. I've never gotten that drunk before, believe it or not. Even on D-Lo and KC, I've never gotten that drunk before.
You were pretty saucy that day.
I've never gotten. I actually, that's not true. No, that's not true at all. I lied because when I went camping, I drank too much and then had a cigar, and that combination destroyed me.
Oh, that's right.
That combo destroyed me, and I
That's
was plenty intoxicated at your party, D-Lo. That's why I didn't eat. That's why I didn't take a cigar.
That's why Matt wouldn't come out and have a cigar with us.
No, because I would have destroyed your home.
It might have been worth it though. It might have been worth it just watching Matt get sick off a cigar. It could have been worth it. At least you were smart enough to not call out, because I was calling you names for not coming outside.
Oh no, that's fair. Yeah, I accepted them.
Oh man, we're glad you're feeling better. Are you going to be at the arena on Saturday?
I'll be there, assuming I don't kill myself between now and then with something else stupid that I eat or something. I don't know.
Don't do that.
You'll be fine.
But my wonderful colleagues, and I say this with sarcasm and with love, thought, oh, you're back from being sick. Here, why don't you go out and shoot storm coverage today? So I'm going out into the elements. So we'll see if I survive that too.
It looks like it stopped here based on
is it raining right now?
what it looks like over there. It looks like the clouds have broken up
days.
over there. Yeah.
Sunny days over there.
Tan. Let's go. Take our shirts off.
But with me, a strong gust of wind, I'm gone. You know that. So
man, that wind was tough last night, boy. That wind was tough last night. Kevin John, I should have mentioned this before. Kevin John did a fantastic job on Monday. I had no idea I was watching ABC. I didn't realize it until the official game coverage ended, and it went to
you watch
local
Monday Night
news.
Football on ABC,
which again I did not realize because it was SVP and Ryan Clark was. I just thought I was watching ESPN, but that's what they were doing. And then Scott said something about, if you're watching on ABC, we're going to end it here. You can flip over for more coverage at ESPN. And all of a sudden, Kevin John was on my TV. I was like, oh, he did a fantastic job of segueing those two shows.
My man, Kevin John. What show was he on again?
I know.
Was he on The Real World?
Was it? I think it was.
Or Road Rules?
No, I think it's an entirely different one. I don't think it's either one of those. What show was Kevin on? You don't know?
I don't know. Actually, I've never heard of this.
Never heard about.
He was on a reality show. Was it the?
It was an MTV.
It wasn't
show.
the Flava Flav show.
It might have been Flavor or
what's the girl? Yeah, that one.
I love
this man has done so many things in his life. Like he worked for years as a DJ on a cruise line. Like he's had 97 careers and he's 40 years old. It doesn't make sense.
I was gonna say, is Kevin John secretly like 70?
Ramsey said
sometimes.
Okay, I love New York. Yeah,
I've never talked to him about it.
Neither have I. You told me about it, and I saw a clip of it on social media.
I want to ask him, but I don't know. I don't know what.
Kevin, do you love it? Ask Kevin if he loves New York.
I will. He's not in today, though.
Anyways, point was he did a great job. Did a really good job. All right, we're coming back, man. Hang on.
Hey, before we dive into the main event of Batty Thursday, just want to remind everybody, Sac State basketball tonight on ESPN 1320 as they're in Idaho.
I think it's only on ESPN Plus.
Oh, we ain't got it done? Oh, is it on
I think it's only, I think it's only on ESPN Plus.
Well, check them out on ESPN.
Good job on the tees right there. Yeah. But it's only on ESPN Plus.
Yeah. Check them out. Check them out. 6 p.m.
As we welcome in from ABC 10 Plus, the Locked On Kings podcast, our buddy Matt George. Matt, we missed you. It's been a couple of weeks. It was touch and go here for today's appearance. They got you out chasing storms for ABC, but we're happy to see you. Are you frustrated that the Kings lost last night? Given because we talk about expectations a lot. Our expectations for the season clearly have changed. Are you frustrated the way last night's game went?
Yeah, I'm frustrated in the sense that, like, I gave the Kings during this 5-game homestand, I gave them one forgiven loss, and their first game was that forgiven loss. So now they have to be perfect for the rest of this homestand. They got to go 4-0 over the rest of this homestand. And I was talking with Frankie Cardicelli on Locked On Kings today, and the title my title of the podcast today is about the Kings being greedy. Like, to me, the Kings should be greedy when they're looking at this homestand. Like, they should have the mindset that we are going to handle our business in this homestand. And for me, 3-2 was absolute bare minimum, but I'm still disappointed. 4-1 is the expectation. 5-0 is the goal. Well, the 5-0 goal isn't going to be accomplished. So now the 4-1 expectation comes into play here. Sacramento has to handle their business at home, usually regardless of competition, but especially with the competition coming through here. And I know it was the second night of a back-to-back, and the Kings faced the Hawks both times on second nights of a back-to-back, but you can't complain about the schedule. It is what it is. You just go move ahead and try and figure it out, and no excuses. Like, the Kings had opportunities to win that game, failed to do so on their home floor, made some costly mistakes. Their defense was atrocious, and for some reason they could not finish around the rim or in the paint last night to save themselves. So, I'm frustrated for sure. But I'm also, it's not a reason to necessarily overreact. But to me, this stretch right now is all about building yourself a buffer for the final month to month and a half of the season, when teams start gearing up for their playoff pushes. Really good teams start to get into their rhythm, expecting deep playoff runs. And if the Kings are going to be jockeying for a 5th, 4th, or 6th seed, it's probably going to be 1, 2, 3 game gap between those teams. And you're going against teams that have been there before. They know, they have that experience. They know how to lock that spot down. You don't. So you need as much of a buffer as you possibly can, or as much of a safety net as you can. Get that work done ahead of time with this homestand.
By the way, shout out to Frankie. I love Frankie.
Yeah, man.
Very, very talented young journalist. Just works for the bad guys.
100% Frankie, my guy. But no, I agree with you, Matt. I agree with you. This is
that's damn near what you just said. You and Matt George share a brain.
That's why he's my guy. It's my guy. But I agree. This is an opportunity for you to create a buffer for the rest of the season. To Damien's point, the season's not over if you don't do that, but you might make your job and your task a lot harder if you play mediocre in this stretch with this home game, and really the whole month of January, because they're at home a lot in January. And I think we were looking at it the other day. There's not too many games against teams over 500 in January. So you know how I feel about the NBA. Like, there's so much talent here. I like a lot of these players all throughout the league. But, we can look at the Kings as the same Kings as the past and say, well, you're not good enough to, think that you should beat anybody. Or if they want to be a good team. Like, we don't say that about the Bucks or the Celtics.
The thing. But those are championship teams. But that's the
thing. We
don't
say that about the Suns.
That's the team went to the NBA Finals.
But I don't think people are even saying about the Pelicans right now.
Oh, well,
Memphis,
okay.
like all these, like they're looked at when they play Atlanta
but that's
or
not
Orlando.
What the Kings are, though. Like the Kings are, like, you're talking about, if you're not going to be this team that we thought of before, they're already better. They're better than anything we've seen since 2006. Mm-hmm. They're already better. I don't know. That was my only point. Nobody's saying anything. That was my only point. They're already better.
I don't disagree.
All right.
I don't disagree. They are already better. But once again, the expectations have changed. What we expected or what we were looking for this team at the beginning of the season is not the same today, because I think they're better than what we thought they were coming into the season. At least I do. Mm-hmm. I think they're a better team than that. They're more capable. They're capable of more than what I thought they were at the beginning of the season.
No, and Kenny and I are on the same wavelength there, because my first podcast of the year was talking about, like, we're now in 2023. This is where most people say the dog days of the season truly begin. And now we have the context of 30 some odd games to make educated decisions or guesses on how the rest of the regular season is going to go. But typically people need a buffer of this many games, or got to get to this point in the season to determine what a team is. And I think we can all agree it's fair to say the Sacramento Kings are a good basketball team. So now your expectations can be adjusted to where, like, coming into this season, I thought best case scenario for the Kings, and everything had to go right, was them being the 6th seed. I thought they were going to be a play-in team, but 6th seed was absolutely best case scenario. Now, to me, best case scenario is actually having home court advantage during your first series, which is like a 4th seed. And again, that feels like a lot has to go right for the Kings to actually accomplish that. but 5th, 6th seed should be right in the ballpark of where the Sacramento Kings are. And at this point, 7th or 8th isn't the end of the world because you're still hosting a play-in game or at least one, but expectations change from that being the ideal scenario to now that not being as ideal as maybe what the Sacramento Kings can accomplish. So to me, it's all about like recognizing where this team has come from, where they're at, the fact that they are a good team. But we've discussed this before. The gap between good and great is massive. So to be good is one thing. To be great means like you're a 5 games above 500 team on the road in addition to 10 games above 500 at home. The Sacramento Kings aren't that yet, but a good team knows how to handle their business at home against a weaker schedule, especially when you have 2 games back to back against a team that's at the bottom of your conference that's openly tanking for Victor Wembanyama. So, I mean, it's a mixture of expectations, how they've adjusted from where the Kings were at the beginning of the season to where they are now. And like, it's a realistic, fair approach to this homestand to say Sacramento needs to handle their business this way, regardless of their history. Like any basketball team in the situation of where the Sacramento Kings are during this homestand should handle this business appropriately. They're supposed to. And it's fair to have that expectation, whether you're a fan or whether you're part of the organization.
Matt, we had a really extensive conversation earlier today about Mike Brown's rotations and guys kind of being in and out of the lineup. And, you know, Terrence Davis is an example who played 4 minutes last night during one stretch, never got another call. Rashawn Holmes played 4 minutes last night, never got another stretch. Chimezie Metu, the only place we've seen him is on a milk carton. He's not getting any burn anymore. What do you think about that practice that Mike Brown has instituted here with a number of players early on in this season?
I think it's a very fine line to toe between a land of opportunity. Like you never know when your number is going to be called. So you have to stay ready because you are going to get your opportunity, and your opportunity is only going to be a flash in the pan. And unless you are 100% on, or you're one of the top 6/7 players on the team, you're not going to have any consistency. Like, I think it's a really fine line. And I think Mike has kind of fallen overboard sometimes on both sides of the line. But at the same time too, like I recognize there's some issues with this team that all Mike can do with this roster is just kind of throw everything out there and see what works. Like say, hey, you're all NBA players. You know what I need from you. Do it. Like respond. Like we're being very transparent with what we need. If you can do it, great. If not, sit down next to me for the rest of the game and watch. And maybe next time you get that opportunity. So, I mean, I think it's a balancing act. To me, like I've been paying a lot of attention to the fact that the Kings are closing out and winning a lot of really close games right now, which is great. Like they have 3 wins by 1 point over the last week and some change. That's great in the sense that they can close out games. But earlier on in the season, they were blowing out Brooklyn. They were winning by close to double digits or 8, 9, at least comfortable margins. And I thinking back to that time, one of the most consistent parts of the Sacramento Kings was the bench output they were getting. They were getting 30, 40, sometimes 50 points on a given night from that second unit. And with the exception of Malik Monk going off, or maybe Trey Lyles having a good game every once in a while, like, and that's not fair because Trey's actually been playing well, but you get my drift. To me, like the second unit is letting him down to where even like last night when you have, 3 guys scoring 20 plus points, it's still not enough for you to win. Now, a lot of that has to do with the defensive play as well, but I think it's a very fine line that Mike Brown has to walk to figure out where to get his most consistent roster and consistent rotations, because I don't think he does have spots 7, 8, and 9 and 10. I don't think are consistent enough for him to iron down.
Well, and what I was saying was I don't think he's given these guys much of an opportunity. Like you see Terrence Davis doesn't play for like 3 straight games, and he comes in and, you know, the game last night against Atlanta, plays 4 minutes. He had some rough moments on the defensive end, went 1 or 2 or something from the field. And because of the rough moments on the defensive end, we all knew he wasn't getting back into the game. And I'm sure Terrence Davis knew that too. You know what I mean? Like there's not a whole lot you can do in 4 minutes in 3 games. You know what I mean? Like I think, especially with the fact that This team isn't lighting the world on fire right now. Like, go back to what was working earlier. I don't know if that's going to work like it did earlier in the season. It might not. But what's going on right now isn't working. Playing these guys 40 minutes a night, not getting any production from your bench. Like, you're walking a fine line with that. So I talked about it earlier. I said I think Terrence Davis, Chimezie Metu, and KZ Okpala need to be in the consistent rotation.
I'm really worried about burnout with this team. I'm really worried about it, especially when we get into like I said, that final month to month and a half of the season where Domantas Sabonis is an absolute beast. We see the numbers that he's putting up. We see him playing through a fractured thumb, and like this guy seems untouchable right now. But how long can he keep up playing? He's averaging a career high 35 minutes a game. He played 40 last night, and the Kings still lost, and that was the second night of a back-to-back. Like, I'm worried you're going to run these guys into the ground if you just continue with this. And I think this is a problem that they have to be aware of. And of course, I think players want to play. So Sabonis is going to be out there. De'Aaron Fox is going to be out there. I think Fox on the win against the Utah Jazz in Sacramento played the final 14 minutes of that game, including the final couple minutes of the third quarter. Like, it's great to see them out there for those long stretches, especially when it results in wins. But at the same time, like when you got to do that 82 times plus, and here's what we're not talking about because we're not used to talking about it. Like, you're hoping for an extra 7, 8, 9, 10 games in addition to those 82 in the playoffs. Like, how are you going to set yourself up for that? So I think Mike needs more, but I agree 100% with what you're saying, Kenny, is how does Terrence Davis showcase what he can do in 4 minutes? How does Rashawn Holmes showcase what he can do in 2 games with 6 minutes? They must be looking for very specific things that these guys aren't doing.
And what I was going to say, even with the very specific things that these guys aren't doing, nobody else is doing it. Like, if you're worried about like, oh, I can't put them in because we're not playing defense, you're not playing defense as it is. So like, what are we doing? Like, nobody's playing defense except for Davion. And then KZ, who doesn't
Davion's
play.
literally guarding everybody.
Yes.
And then there's that. That's a great transition to KZ Okpala, who we thought played well the night before, and then stayed firmly planted on the bench last night. I guess it all just boils down to I don't know what Mike's looking for. And you talked about, needing more, Matt, from the second unit. I'll ask you, is the more even on the roster? Like, have you gotten obviously with the exception of Malik, with going, I think, what would you say, 6, 7, going like 8, 9, 10, those guys, have you gotten all you can get from them?
I don't think all of it is on the roster, if that makes sense. Because what's good about this team, and we've talked about this before, D'Lo, like what's good about this team is that you can have guys explode on certain nights. Like Terrence Davis dropped a 30-piece earlier this season. Like, there are guys on this roster that when they get the opportunity, they can shine, even if they're not consistently getting playing time. KZ Okpala has come into games and had a significant defensive impact. I do think offensively he's a liability, but defensively we know what he can do. I could even say the same thing about Davion Mitchell, who I think is number 7. Like, Davion comes out there and we see what he can do defensively. Offensively, he's had nights where it's like, I got to get more out of my backup point guard, even if De'Aaron Fox is playing 36 minutes. Like, I got to get more offensively out of him, but defensively, we know that what he can do. It's like there's very specific things that each one of these guys does very, very well that you need, and when put together, really is helpful. But you're not always guaranteed to get that piece of what they do. You're not always guaranteed to get Terrence Davis shooting lights out when he comes into the game. Malik Monk is another great example. Malik, some nights he's distributing the ball excellently. Other nights that distribution's not there. Some nights he's shooting the ball well. Other nights the shot's not falling, which is to be expected for players. You can't be perfect for 82 games unless your name is Domantas Sabonis, apparently. But outside of that, like, especially when it comes to like the backup big situation, like, I don't know what the answer is on this roster. Like, to me, I thought Alex Len maybe deserved a little bit more run. He's completely vanished again now that Sabonis is back. Rashawn Holmes, I think, has more to offer than what he's showing, but I think systematically it clearly doesn't work. Chimezie Metu did things well for a week and a half and then apparently is so deep in the doghouse that he can't even get an opportunity. Like, I don't know what the answer is, because I don't really necessarily – it might be a good idea to ask Mike Brown specifically what is he looking for in those short stretches, because clearly he's not seeing it enough from anybody to feel confident.
Well, Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's what we talked about as well. Is like, hey, he sees these guys on a daily basis in practice, all this other stuff. We only see him, for the 2.5 hours during the game. So he understands some of the things that he's looking for that's not being done more than we do. But I don't know. I would go back to what was working earlier. And that's having Metu as your backup 5, TD in there, and I would put KZ in there somehow. And one of the reasons I go back to that, Matt, is I don't know if you remember the clip that Kevin Durant had, and obviously he saw the Kings like at their maximum power. They'll probably never play like that again, the way they played against Brooklyn. But when he was breaking down, the complications with trying to play against them and guard them, he's like, yo, then you got Metu that can step out and shoot. Like, what do you do with that? Terrence Davis, he gave us 30. What do you do with that? Like, there's just so much. Like that's their strength, is what they do on the offensive end. And 2 of those guys that he just talked about, they don't even play no more.
But how long is the leash? I guess that's my question. Is winning basketball games right now is essential. We just talked about how important it is to pick up games on this homestand, and things are going to get tougher. So how long do you give Davis and Metu and KZ to figure it out and incorporate them to the level that you expect or need for the Sacramento Kings to consistently win games? Because the idea here is incorporating these guys so that Fox and Sabonis and Barnes and they play less. But in the short term, does them playing less affect the Kings' win total? Because if it does, then I think to Mike Brown, it's not worth it. It's more worth it to just try and pick up wins.
But here's the deal: they're barely winning as it is. That's what I'm saying. Like if they were doing this and they were 8-2 in their last 10 games, well, obviously we're not having this discussion. But like they're eking out wins left and right. They're 500 in their last 10. It's not like they've taken off since doing this. You're kind of keeping your head above water right now. Go back and see if you can get back to what was working before. I don't know if you can or not, but it's not like right now they're killing.
Well, one of my chief concerns lately has been like the Kings they've shown an ability to win close games, which I think is excellent, because typically they've struggled with that in the past. But the Kings haven't shown that next step of being able to, especially at home, close out games before the final couple minutes. As great as I love fourth quarter De'Aaron Fox dropping 22 in Utah, do you really need to be in that situation where he has to do that? As great as it was to see Kevin Huerter hit that game-winning 3 against Utah at home, do you really need to be in the situation where the Jazz are hanging around all game and in a position to snatch that game away? Last night, you could barely get within 4 points against the Atlanta Hawks until the very end at home. Do you really need to be in that position? Like I'm waiting to see the Sacramento Kings figure out how to build an 8, 9, 10-point lead and sustain it through the fourth quarter and coming into the fourth quarter. So my question is, do you think incorporating those guys and incorporating that rotation helps solve that problem or not? Because that's where I see the Kings really struggling, is they're not handling business early, or they're not doing what they need to do early on to set themselves up for a win unless it's coming down to the wire.
And Damien, I'll say they did before. Like it did before when they were playing. They had close games, but they had some major blowouts as well.
But I also think over the course of a season, too, teams figure out how to handle you a little bit more. They figure out they adjust things. And we've seen Mike Brown have to adjust to the adjustments that the Kings have faced. Like there's scouting reports and things like that. This is exactly what we saw in 2018 when the Kings were off to a really good start. A team adjusted, forced them into the half court, and the Kings completely fell apart. Like, I'm not saying that's what's happening right now, but teams adjust to you over the course of the year, and Kings caught some teams by surprise early on, and they're not surprising as many people right now. You can't stop Domantas Sabonis and what he's doing, but you can stop Malik Monk from coming in and being a flamethrower off the bench. You can stop Kevin Huerter from getting his catch and shoot off the curl handoffs from Domantas Sabonis all game. Like, I've seen teams adjusting to what the Sacramento Kings were doing successfully earlier that I don't think Chimezie Metu and Terrence Davis fix. But I'm willing to give it a shot.
Yeah.
We've got tickets to see Uriah Faber's Night of Champions, January 13th at Hard Rock Live for you right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320 will get you all set up for Uriah Faber's Night of Champions, January 13th, Hard Rock Live. Again, caller number 3 right now, 909-1320. I know Matt George will be a part of Night of Champions. Him and I are finally getting in the octagon together.
I tap immediately.
The 6th round with Matt George.
I think one thing as you guys talk about, we talk about rotations and guys who aren't playing and minutes that the starters are playing and all these different things. And one thing Mike was really focused on last night was the defense, and particularly the perimeter defense, which again, it's a little head scratching given the fact you left Casey Okpala on the bench the entire time. It felt like to start the season, Matt, there was at least hope on the defensive end. It also feels like, Matt, that hope is gone. Like the conversation today has been about how bad that defense was last night. It was started by Mike Brown immediately following the game. Has the defense, in fact, regressed? Like, obviously, it was never great, but there was hope. There were glimpses. I used to say there were moments where they were playing really well on the defense. Is that all gone?
I think there's a lack of focus. And what I think it's hard to stay focused to improving something for 82 games, especially when you want to focus on the thing that you're naturally good at, which is that Kings offense. Like it's easy to see over the course of the game when the Kings are making shots and they settle into a flow a little bit. They're like, it doesn't matter if we stop them on defense or not, because we're going to score anyway. Like, how many times do we see teams that score 140 points in a win give up 125? Because they get to a point where they're just like, all right, we're coasting. We don't have to play defense because offensively we're literally unstoppable at this point. And there's been a handful of games where the Kings have played that way. I think this team doesn't look as focused defensively and locked in defensively to what they were trying to do and what Mike Brown and his staff were preaching at the start of the season compared to the way they look now is doesn't look the same. And even like, I think Davion Mitchell is the perfect example in the sense that Davion is the best on-ball defender on this team, and it's not even remotely close. But why is it that, and I don't blame Davion for this, but why is it that Davion will have those stretches in games where it's like, no one is getting past me, you're not scoring? Like, I love how he played against Colin Sexton when Utah was here in like he was in Colin Sexton's nightmares and probably still is because of how well he was playing Colin during that game. But that's not how Davion plays all the time. Is he capable of playing that way all the time? I don't know. Like, I've never had to play defense that intensely for an 82-game season, so I don't know what it takes or not, what plays you can take off and what you can't. But I use that as an example, more talking about that's the best case scenario really that the Kings have on ball defensively. Now you look at the wide scope of the Sacramento Kings as a team. They have stretches. They have moments where defensively they play well enough to get themselves into game or get a key stop or two at the end of a game or get enough stops to rattle off a 19-0 run to win in Cleveland. But it typically is predicated on how the defense, or rather how the offense is doing. Like, the Kings will get out in transition if offensively they're feeling pretty good about themselves and they're getting some momentum and getting the crowd involved a little bit. So to me, it's a lack of focus.
Yeah, I understand that. I think we talked about this before, Dan. I think that's who they are. I mean, the roster is full of offensive players. Their game goes as their offense goes.
Which was one of their biggest criticisms all offseason by people who said they were going to win 34 games this year, is that they didn't get better defensively.
Yeah, and I understood that, but I also think, and this is probably why I lean a little bit more towards like getting Terrence and Metu in there, is because I've said this before and I could be wrong. You're not going to be like this defensive stalwart as a team. That's not how this roster is built. But you have an opportunity with how this roster is built to use your offense as your defense. Put the pressure on your ability to score as a team and continue to do that and to be multiple on the offensive end and create all these, people, the other team's head on the swivel. Use that to your advantage. Like you guys tell me what you think. Do you think Mike Brown is trying to, what they say, fit a square peg into a round hole?
Yeah, that's different than you throwing the windows out earlier.
Throw the windows out with the record.
Yeah, throw the windows out with the record.
But I mean, he's and I get it. He's a coach. He's doing what he got to do. But he's trying to turn his team into a defensive team when this isn't. I don't want to say offensive juggernaut, but that's their strength.
But I don't think he's trying to turn them into the Boston Celtics or more proper comparison.
You're right.
I don't think he's trying to turn them into the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Just think he's trying to get them to play competent defense, particularly in the final minutes where it's determining whether they win games or lose games.
You're right.
He said last night, if you hit a three, You hit a three. Like, we've got to figure that out. But we let guys get to the basket. And that's what he was most frustrated, or at least that's what it felt like he was most frustrated about, is that in those final moments, guys were getting to the basket.
I get it. I agree with you. I don't think he's trying to turn them into something they're not. But this is when we get back to like the rotations and some of these guys not playing. Like, you're not playing guys because they're not playing defense, but nobody's playing defense. So why not play the guys?
Maybe, but that's also an assumption we're making.
It is.
We don't know.
It is.
Matt, next time you see Mike, ask him, hey, what the hell is going on with your rotations, Mike? And okay, Matt, you can do this. Hey, Mike, Chatty House wants to know the hell is going on with your rotation. Like, Terrence is in, he's out. Rashawn is in. We ain't seen Chimezie Metu in a month. If you could take care of that would be great.
I'll be sure to name drop Chatty House too, just to make sure we get it.
You have to.
We got to get the Chatty House some pub, some big mainstream pub. Because I need Mike to go, what the hell is the Chatty House? You think the Kings got 2 All-Stars?
Yeah. Yes. I just went through a 3-part movie in my brain. Sorry.
Matt was about to say, yep, stupid.
Well, I mean, I feel like it is, but I also feel like the NBA is going to drop the ball, because to me, like, Domantas Sabonis, there's literally no argument. Like, there's no argument. Like, Domantas Sabonis, he's the only person that's doing what Domantas Sabonis is doing is a back-to-back MVP. Like, the wins are there, the numbers are there, the records are there, the net rating on and off the floor is that, like, every single thing points to Domantas Sabonis is an all-star. De'Aaron Fox is absolutely playing like an all-star. But who's paying attention, or the right people paying attention? Like, to me, the fan vote that came out today, fan vote means absolutely nothing. And I understand people are saying, man, the Sacramento couldn't find 100,000 votes for De'Aaron Fox or whatever it is. Like, I get that, but also, for what? Him to be at the bottom of the list and it not matter? Like, I could care less about the fan vote.
I wanted to see his name on the damn list.
I don't care.
I know it doesn't matter. I understand, Matt. You're 100% right. It does not matter. I wanted to see him and Sabonis' name on that damn.
And anybody who's on the media panel or any players who have a vote who are involving a name that they see at the bottom of the list and saying, oh, De'Aaron and Sabonis aren't on that because the fans aren't voting for him. Well, then I'm not going to vote for him either. Like, screw you. Then you're not in the position to where you should be voting on the All-Star game to begin with either. Like, if you're paying attention to what De'Aaron Fox is doing, and if you pay attention to the story that is the Sacramento Kings, yeah, De'Aaron Fox is an all-star. So that's why I say, yes, absolutely. But I don't necessarily trust the people in the people making the decisions to recognize that, because I think they're going to say, oh, the Kings are a good story. Okay, we got to give them one. Okay, it's got to be Domantas Sabonis. It's easier with a front court player in the Western Conference. Like, to me, De'Aaron is absolutely a part of the conversation. And Casey, you brought up a couple weeks ago when you guys were talking about this, like you said, if you had to choose between the two, it's De'Aaron, because De'Aaron's already been here. And the biggest thing that's held De'Aaron Fox back during his all-star conversations to this point in his career is, well, the Sacramento Kings aren't winning. Well, now the Sacramento Kings are winning, and he's still putting up big numbers, and he has improvements almost across the board, even if his role has been diminished a little bit, because he doesn't have to be the superstar with the ball in his hands for 48 minutes. Now he can do it for 8 minutes in a fourth quarter, and it's enough. So, like, to me, they're both absolutely all-stars, but unfortunately, I'm not in charge of that decision.
Yeah. Steph due back right now, tentatively, January 13th. Mm-hmm. So 8-9 days from now, he's due back. Assuming he stays on the floor. Like, Steph is going to play in the All-Star game. Mm-hmm. Luka, Ja. You got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and then this is where you start to get into some, like, I love Russ. Russ isn't going to make the All-Star team. Is Dame an All-Star this year?
No.
Book an All-Star?
Yeah, Book is an All-Star. Book is an All-Star for sure, but is he going to be able to play? I don't know.
He'd probably be around the same time frame. They haven't announced it. I said January 13th because I think that was put out there about Steph. Nothing's been put out about Devin Booker, but that's still a month away from All-Star weekend. Mm-hmm. I don't know when the teams get announced. It's in the weeks leading into. It's not like a month before. So
But even then, that's
because Booker will be, if nothing else, Booker would be the one son.
Yeah.
Because Chris Paul's not going to make it. We looked at Ayton's numbers. Ayton ain't going to make
He
it.
ain't doing it.
Even Mikal Bridges isn't going to make it. It's Devin Booker or no one, and they ain't going to let it be no one.
But that's 6 guys that you named right there. Put Zion,
and then
on
Austin Reeves. That's it.
Austin Reeves. We'll put Austin Reeves, Zion. No, we wouldn't know what. But Zion. People, thought Ingram was going to make it. He's not going to make it this year. So that's another spot. But you got Jokic, Sabonis.
I didn't even mention LeBron. Like I was only looking at the guards. Yeah.
That's 10.
I don't know. Markkanen looked like an all-star to me the last couple of games.
He might be one.
That dude is good.
But I mean, I think he gets on there. And we're assuming Zion, Booker, and Steph play in the game. And I still think De'Aaron Fox is on that all-star.
I think all 3 of them do.
You think they all play?
Yeah. Steph absolutely is going to play. Steph is going to wind up being he's going to be a top 3 vote getter. He's absolutely going to play.
Okay.
Even if he plays 5, they'll do the gimmick where he plays 5 minutes. If there's something wrong with him, he's absolutely going to play though.
Okay. Yeah. I think there's a possibility Zion and Book don't play. Though.
I just don't think that. But Book is different. Yeah. Book. I don't know how I feel about Book. Steph, I feel completely different. But I'm with Matt. I don't know how DeMontis Sabonis isn't on this team.
He's a lock.
There's just no way. To me, there's just no way. The things that he's doing right now on a basketball floor, not for the Sacramento Kings, because so often when someone does something, and of course we frame it in franchise history. Hey, Matt, Sabonis 15 straight double-doubles. No one's done that since DeMarcus. Well, how many All-Star games did DeMarcus make on a team that won 20 games? This is a good basketball team, and DeMontis Sabonis is extraordinary, man. He's an all-star, and I want his name on this damn list, and I don't care what Matt George says. I know they don't matter. I want his name on this damn list.
Matt George. Next time on Batty Thursday, I think Matt is playing. A little injured right now. He's trying to work his way back. I think he's about 65%. We need Matt back at about like 95 next week.
Matt will be back. Matt's got a lot. Matt just moved. He's doing podcast. He lives closer to me now. He knows I'm gonna bother him when I'm bored.
Right down the street, baby. I'm gonna come over. You want to do something tonight? You want to hang out?
And well,
just want to watch a movie.
And now Matt, you can't come over tonight because you've got to go chase a storm. What does that look like? What are you about to do as we wrap? What are you about to go do for work?
Go outside, find water, stand in it, and say it's raining. Stay inside, but we're not going to. Thanks. Back to you.
Well, that's hard-hitting news coverage right there. They just want the shot of Matt looking miserable outside. I think that's all they want. And quite honestly, I'm not mad at ABC 10 for that.
They're hoping for a strong gust of wind, so when I'm holding onto a pole, it looks like a flag. That's what they're looking for.
That's tremendous.
Also,
Kevin, go ahead.
Sorry, side note, because I know you guys will appreciate this. I don't know if this is old news or not. Did you see what LeBron said about his pregame playlist today?
No.
I missed it.
It came, so I'm just seeing it on Twitter. LeBron said, and we know LeBron. He says he listens to a lot of Beethoven on pregame.
Why does he do this, man? Why does he do this? You do not.
Yeah, uninterrupted.
You do not. Stop it, LeBron. Why does he do this?
I don't know. I love it, though. I love every bit of it.
What do you listen to in pregame? Matt, that was directed to you.
Me?
What do you listen?
Yeah. I'm a big Mozart guy.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, hit the thumbs up or the follow button before you go. Make sure you check out the latest episode of the Locked On Kings podcast with our man, Frankie Carticelli. I'm not sure where he works, but I know he's really, really good at what he does. So check that Locked On Kings podcast and make sure you're back. Trista Crick will be here in studio tomorrow on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. LeBron is a damn liar.
Kenny Caraway going to be joining me on Locked On Kings tomorrow morning too.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Back on Locked On, man. Always a good time, man. Always.
I gotta tap in with you and Frankie. I didn't listen this morning.
It dropped while you guys were on the air. That's why.
Oh, okay.
So I expect to stop what you're doing.
Yeah.
Hop in a headphone.
All right, guys. I'll be back. I got to listen to the Locked On Kings podcast. Talk amongst yourselves. Checking with Matt and Frankie here. Well, great stuff, man. Good luck with the storms.
It's been too long, y'all.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Maybe grab some Gatorade. You definitely. Well, I'm very, very happy you were with us. You definitely don't look your best.
Thorough
You look.
This has been the most. I've been sick 4 times since October. Like, this has been the most brutal cold and flu season of my life, and 4 completely different things, like cold and flu, then this, then that, food poisoning. It's like this has been having a teacher for a wife and then having a kid in daycare. It's like unavoidable. Nothing I can do.
Some damn kids. Damn kids always bringing something back.
Damn kids.
Yeah, that's tough. Well, good stuff, man. Congrats on the new spot. Excited to see it, and feel better, man. We'll see you Saturday.
All right. See you at movie night tonight.
Okay. All right, buddy. Bring the popcorn.
Later, y'all.
All right. What the hell was going on in the chat?
They were talking about Marines and role players.
What the hell?
I didn't even
Rory,
go back to figure out what was going on.
David Jackson, what the hell was going on in here? I look over and I see.
What the hell is going on?
I saw a text that said David Jackson and Rory are fighting. Wait, what the hell? I'm scrolling trying to figure out I think a wrestling reference may have gone over Rory's head, and that's what happened.
But somebody said something about Marines.
There were, I think it was Rory. I don't know that for sure. But I think, there you go, David. That's a good call right there. I'm sure Mo will be all over that. Our man Maurice, they'll drop some Beethoven for the Lakers introductions. All right, let's all just get along. And Dr. David has shut the show down again. Dr. David has shut it down. We're out of here. We love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun, man. Make sure you're with us. Goodness gracious.